Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, the meeting has begun recording.
Great, thank you. I hereby call the special closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Present.
Councilmember Fan?
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Here.
Mayor Amescua?
Present.
So we have 5 members present.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
There are none.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? I don't see any. Perfect. Okay. Do we have any speakers for the closed session items, Madam Clerk?
There are no speakers, but we did receive one email related to closed session item number 3, the evaluation of the city manager, that has been published online.
Perfect, thank you. We'll now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for waiting patiently. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Amescua.
Present.
All 7 members are present.
Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make any announcements.
Yes, Mayor. For the public to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, if you are on the Zoom call, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time.
At this time, I'd like to call up Jeffrey Katz to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by words of inspiration to be offered by Juan Plasencia. Would you all please stand? No, Jeffrey, back.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Katz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, and esteemed council members. My name is Juan Plasencia. I am also known as JP, an Immigration Outreach Coordinator with the LGBTQ Center of Orange County. But more importantly, I stand before you today as a proud resident of the city of Santa Ana and as someone who was raised in the East Side neighborhood, navigating the challenges of growing up in a community bordering 2 warring gangs. This upbringing shaped me into an active agent of change, committed to fighting for all vulnerable communities and through creating and advocating for meaningful legislation. As an undocumented immigrant and gay individual, I represent the intersectionality of identities that face unique challenges in our society, but I am not alone. Beside me, there are countless LGBTQ+ constituents, advocates, leaders, and allies who are in solidarity with me today, embodying the spirit of the LGBTQ+ community and offering these words of inspiration. In order to inspire, we must first reflect on where the work is needed and where we need to move forward. As of 2023, it is kind of unfortunate to mention that there is 954 bills across 46 states aiming to block drag performers, LGBTQ+ folks, and these attacks derive and are directed at trans individuals from receiving basic health care, education, legal recognition, and the right to publicly exist. Despite that surge in anti-drag, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-trans legislation sweeping the country, I find solace in the fact that Santa Ana has been progressing as a beacon of inclusivity. Here we have an ordinance that affirms the LGBTQ+ community by way of a pride flag raising ceremony in which we've already identified to bring a resource fair component to empower folks with the resources that they need to be successful. As we shift from acceptance to liberation, we see the life-saving effects of such an ordinance, and we cannot be complacent. So when I get asked, why is this important to me as a gay man and an immigrant? I don't get to clock out of my identity after my 9-to-5 job. My identity and its intersectionality have been politicized and used as a bargaining chip in many elections. This year, 2023, tonight, we can start to be more active and intentional about our support. That support is crucial in the face of regressive policies like the one just passed in Huntington Beach that seeks to, in intent, ban the pride flag from being flown on government flagpoles. Huntington Beach City Council willfully decided not to represent their LGBTQ constituents, but here, as representatives of marginalized communities, we owe it to prioritize representation and services to those who desperately need it. Tonight, as we gather in this chamber, I urge you to remember the profound significance of this space. It is not just a physical room, but a safe haven where all voices are heard and respected. It is an inclusive sanctuary where diversity thrives and differences are celebrated. It is an affirming environment that encourages self-expression and authenticity. It is a reflective oasis that invites us to pause, introspect, and grow. Here in this chamber, we do have the opportunity to embrace values articulated by Anthony Van Brown, a visionary advocate of for love and acceptance. He reminds us that the true richness, beauty, and depths of love can only be fully experienced in a climate of complete openness, honesty, and vulnerability. And so it's in this space that we can shed our facades, let go of our defenses, and reveal our true sleeves without fear or rejection. So I ask this council, as we approach these meetings here tonight, to approach deliberations in this chamber with an unwavering commitment to openness, to be willing to listen to genuine curiosity and to understand perspectives that differ from their own, and engage in constructive dialogue. I ask that you cultivate a culture of honesty in this chamber, as you will need to be courageous in speaking your truths, even when they're unpopular or uncomfortable. I wish you the integrity to admit when we are mistaken and learn from it. Strive for continuous improvement while remaining transparent in your intentions and actions. Build trust through accountability and authenticity. Finally, I ask you council members to embrace vulnerability in this chamber. Being vulnerable encourages authentic, meaningful discussions, promoting a true culture where individuals in the dais and those in the community feel safe to express their thoughts, feelings, and uncertainties. We recognize that vulnerability is not a weakness, but a strength that fosters empathy, connection, and growth. So by embodying those qualities of openness, honesty, and vulnerability in a city council meeting, city council members are more likely to cultivate an environment conducive to effective decision-making, collaboration, problem-solving, and mutual respect. Just as love can flourish in an environment of openness, honesty, and vulnerability, so too can a council function at its best when their love for this city is translated into those qualities, leading to better outcomes for our residents. So thank you so much for the space you have created here today for meaningful representation of the LGBTQ+ folks in our community. Together, we will continue to make Santa Ana a city that uplifts and empowers all of its residents, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, immigration status, or any other characteristic that makes them otherwise humans. Together, we will make a better Santa Ana and a good place for all. Thank you and have a productive night.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there were two changes posted on the agenda revision. One is the update of the recipient for the Workers' Memorial Day proclamation to the Southern California Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health. And the second was the movement of item 21 from the consent calendar to the business calendar, which is the first reading of an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 8-6 pertaining to license requirements.
Great, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to do presentations, and I'm going to move them around a little bit because I see we have some young people here, and you might have homework to go home and do, or maybe dinner, I don't know. So I just thought we'd call you at first. So if we can have council members Becerra and Penalosa, please, and your recognitions for the Santa Ana PAL activity Ladybug Champions. All the ladybugs, can you come up? All the ladybugs, come on up, ladybugs. Come on up, ladybugs. Come on up, come on up. Scroll all the way down, move all the way down. Sweetie, come on down this way. Come down this way, come on down. You guys got lots of fans out there. So parents, parents, if you'd like to take a picture, if you can come to the front and just bend down a little bit. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but we want you to be able to take a picture. So if you want to come up a little bit and bend, like kind of squat down in the front, you can. All right, it's on you.
Thank you, Mayor. So good evening, everybody. I'm honored to stand here with Councilmember Becerra to recognize the Santa Ana PAL Girls Softball Champions, the Ladybugs. The Santa Ana Police Athletic and Activity League currently serves about 2,500 Santa Ana youth through a variety of programs, including an arts program that includes the popular Cartoon 911 program and piano lessons, on-campus fitness programming, and their athletic programming. Within the Santa Ana PALS athletic programming, they offer soccer, mixed martial arts, WINS running program, baseball, and softball. The successful PALS softball program has taught our young ladies that great game of softball, which contains some valuable life lessons our kids can learn. Also, the PALS softball program creates and enhances positive relationships between our police, the Santa Ana Unified School District, and the entire Santa Ana community.
Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza. You know, the original team in the Santa Ana PAL Battle of the Garden Girls Softball League was the Ladybugs. So the league has currently grown to 6 teams, with each team representing different elementary schools within Santa Ana Unified School District. So you have the Ladybugs, the Bumblebees, the Centipedes, Dragonflies, Grasshoppers, and in 2024, we'll have the addition of the Hummingbirds joining the garden. But tonight is about the Ladybugs. The Ladybugs, who just happened to play their home games at Carl Thornton Park in Ward 4, started their season practices in October of 2022 and completed 12 practices preparing for their 2023 campaign. So the Ladybugs went undefeated, going 6-0, undefeated. The Battle of the Garden series drew over 500 spectators for the season, breathing a buzz of excitement into Madison Park over in Councilman Penaloza's ward, Ward 6, and in Thornton Park and Adams Park in Ward 4. My council aide, Andrew Linares, and I, we actually got to watch the Ladybugs win the championship at Carl Thornton Park. So tonight, we are here to celebrate and congratulate the Santa Ana Ladybugs on their exceptional athletic performance and their accomplishments. And we also want to congratulate, usually I would say officer, but tonight, Coach Gonzalez. Thank you, Coach. And all of the Ladybug coaches, and thank them for their time and their contributions to the city's youth. But before we let these girls run, I want to give them some certificates to recognize their accomplishments on behalf of the city of Santa Ana. So let's call each one up. Let's see, Sophia Gonzalez. Sophia. Christy Santos. There you go. Sofia Gallegos. Few people like Sophia in the house, huh? Blanca Gonzalez. There you go, Blanca. And then we have Melanie Echegarria. There you go. And then we have Diana Juarez. Diana, there you go. And then we have Sophia Bernal. And my favorite, number 25, Isabella Lopez. There you go. And then number 9, Carmen Fuentes. And then Alexa Santos. And then, as I mentioned earlier, our head coach, Jose Gonzalez. Shower, here you go. Coach Fresh shower. And then Dario. Sophia. Sophia and Melanie, right? Because they're doing it together. Sophia, you guys, come on up. Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. Got her up.
Hi, my name is Sofia Gallegos, and I just wanted to say that I'm really thankful for PAL because it has shown me new strategies that I have never heard of. I am also thankful for the Santa Ana Police because they protect our school and our communities. It is such a blessing to be in PAL and in Ladybug softball team. If it weren't for PAL, I would have never been in softball or have never achieved higher grades in school. Softball also teaches us other things like sportsmanship and being cooperative with one to other. I love PAL. It is one of my favorite places to go. I love PAL, and I would love to see it expand in more locations so other kids can experience PAL the way that I do.
Sophia and Melanie. All right, Sophia and Melanie.
Hi, my name is Sofia Gonzalez.
And my name is Melanie.
We are grateful for PAL because they made this amazing softball league, and without them, we would have never even knew about softball or joined a softball team.
It has showed us how to currently play softball and a good sportsmanship.
It is such an amazing program that we will love endlessly.
It also helps a lot of students with their schoolwork and shows us good role models.
PAL has many other sport programs, but softball was the best decision for us.
We also are very thankful for Santa Ana Police Department for protecting us at school and PAL.
We are the future of Santa Ana.
Please. We didn't finish.
Good job, ladies. I thought they ended that speech pretty well, right? They are the future of Santa Ana.
All right, one last thing. You guys gotta fill this up with Cocoa Puffs or Lucky Charms. There you go. And eat out of it and post a video, just like the hockey teams do with their Stanley Cup.
Let's have, if my colleagues want to come down.
Yeah, please, come on down.
Thanks again.
Come on, Coach.
Yeah, thank you again for this recognition to the mayor, all the city council members for the continuous support for the Santa Ana Unified School District. Thank you, Coach Freshour, for all your help, and more importantly, to all the parents. Thank you for taking these girls to the practices, being there and helping me anytime I needed help. Really, I think one of them said it best. They are the future, and we should be investing in them. And through the sport, they're going to learn many valuable life lessons. On behalf of the Ladybugs, we wanted to present the city with a picture and a uniform so that you guys can proudly display it. Thank you. Yes.
That is awesome. Very awesome. Oh, here, I'll take that off. There was one in Ward 4. This was Ward 4's trophy, right?
Here, I'll scoot over here. Everyone squeeze in a little bit.
Okay, there.
Next up, we're going to have Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Councilman Vasquez, a proclamation, please, presented to the Southern California Coalition for Occupation Safety and Health.
Good evening, folks. So Councilmember Vasquez and I are presenting a proclamation declaring April 28th, 2023 as Workers' Memorial Day. And we are going to be, so if we can get the folks from CalOsh to come up here, that would be great. Yeah. Oh, that's Silvia. Hola. Pásense. I know. All right, so this proclamation is going to be presented to Southern California for Occupational Safety and Health, and Sylvia Hernandez will be accepting this tonight. And so in support of domestic, So in support of domestic workers and day laborers, this year the City of Santa Ana declares April 28th, 2023 a Workers' Memorial Day and encourages residents, workers, community, and faith-based organizations to help us raise awareness and recognize the importance of advancing safe and healthy workplaces. Accepting this proclamation, as I said, is Silvia Hernandez from the Southern Coalition of Occupational Safety and Health, as well as many family members and friends and colleagues of people who have passed away due to preventable workplace hazards. And the origins of Workers' Memorial Day coincides with the 1970 passage of the Occupational and Safety Health Act and the creation of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA, on April 28th, 1971. And the OSHA Act states that every worker has the right to work to a workplace that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm. And a report in June of 2020 from UCLA Labor and Occupational Safety and Health Program found that 85% of domestic workers surveyed experience muscular injuries that are associated with chronic pain. Many respondents, 94% who are Latino and Asian, reported continuing to work through their injuries for fear of job or financial loss. And such injuries could be prevented by appropriate health and safety guidance and subsequent enforcement. Councilmember.
Thank you. Currently, SoCal Clash is advocating for proposed legislation, Senate Bill 686, that would expand the workplace safety regulations for domestic workers such as housekeepers, nannies, day laborers, and home care employees. The workplaces are in private homes, but just like any other worker who shows up to work, they too deserve protections while they're on the job. This legislation would ensure these employees have the same legal rights as other workers to protect equipment, health and safety training, and protections from retaliation for advocating for their own workplace safety. You can support this effort by contacting your legislator and vocalizing your support. We need our representatives to enact recommendations on SB 321, Advisory Committee to Protect the Health and Safety of Domestic Workers and Day Laborers. Thank you to SoCal Cash and our allies for their continued efforts for advocating for safe, healthy, and secure jobs for all workers. Here to receive these proclamations, Israel Maldonado, Raimundo Castrejón, Enedina Cruz, Jorge Gonzalez, Mica Poncheco, Julian Posadas, the organizer, And for the Maintenance Cooperation Trust, Gilda Santa Cruz, Eloy Santa Cruz, Marlene Herrera, Beatriz Guillen, and Vianney Ramirez.
And if you're wondering, besides how you can support Santa Ana residents that are going through this fight right now, there is an ongoing campaign. So I'm going to call one of the organizers from Kingspan to talk to you very shortly about what that is.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Israel Maldonado. Soy trabajador de Kingspan y tengo 2 años organizando la unión. Con mis compañeros, la lucha ha sido larga con momentos altos y momentos bajos, pero igual seguimos adelante porque lo que merecemos es justo y digno. Y todos los trabajadores merecen tener un trabajo libre de riesgos a nuestra salud y las de nuestras familias. Agradecemos a todo el apoyo y esperemos verlos en la vigilia del 28 de abril. Muchas gracias.
My name is Julian Posadas. I'm going to translate for Israel. My name is Israel Maldonado. I am a Kingspan worker. I have been organizing the union with my colleagues for 2 years. Our fight has been long and has had high and low moments, but we still go ahead because what we deserve is fair and dignified. All workers deserve to have a job that is free of risks to our health and that of our families. We appreciate all the support and hope to see you on the vigil that we have planned on April 28th. And just to give you a quick background on the Kingspan campaign, Kingspan is in our backyard. It's in the Delhi neighborhood. It's a company that's a global company. Workers there. 74 workers have been organizing the union. It's been a long fight. It's been 2 years. They have gained so much, but at the same time have not been recognized as a union. Mr. Israel very humbly will not say this, but he actually stopped production for 2 hours just because management disrespected their work, saying that the assembly line work is one of the lowest paid workers in the area, and they should just accept it. And so they decided to confront the boss and say, this is unacceptable. Aside from that, the health conditions are obviously really bad. They conducted their own air quality monitoring almost 2 years ago, and the discoveries were so extreme that a scientist from the UC Irvine pretty much stated that the air quality inside was detrimental to their health. And so for these reasons, they continue to organize. So thank you so much for the ongoing support, council members and mayor.
So we also have from the domestic workers, which are not just your neighbors, but they make up the workforce of a lot of people that live in the city of Santa Ana and for the county of Orange. And we have Juviela Charco, Hortensia Barrios, Rosario Martinez, Iris Zuniga, Aide Perez, Adelaida Mateo, and from the factory assembly workers, we have Olin Hernandez, Ansel Martin, Luis Donali Hernandez, and from Accord, we have Fernando Delgado, Mariana Angeles, and from Solcosh, we have Eddie Sanchez, Ayan Ortega, and Sylvia Hernandez, and you'll hear from Mariana.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mariana, soy originaria de México y he sido trabajadora doméstica por más de 16 años. Durante todo ese tiempo también me dediqué a cuidar niños, ya que mi salario como trabajadora doméstica no era suficiente para proveer las necesidades básicas a mis 3 hijos, que en ese entonces eran pequeños. En este trabajo tuve varias experiencias como robo de salario, acoso sexual, exposición a químicos sin el equipo adecuado y dolores musculares por repetición de movimiento que aún padezco. Al igual que muchas compañeras que se dedican al mismo oficio, no contaba con un ingreso fijo, horas pagadas por enfermedad o vacaciones o seguro médico. Todas nosotras debemos trabajar 24/7 porque un día que no trabajamos es un día que no recibe ingreso económico. Una experiencia mía que aún recuerdo con dolor es que mientras ayudaba a crecer otros niños llevándolos al parque, leyendo los cuentos, acompañándolos a la escuela, los míos no tenían nada de eso, porque no podía pagar a alguien a que hiciera el mismo trabajo que yo hacía con los hijos ajenos. Para el tiempo que yo llegaba a casa, ya estaba sin energía. Este día en que estamos visibilizando a los trabajadores de diferentes industrias, me siento afortunada de contar mi historia y de saber que actualmente estamos abogando por la ley SB 686 que brindará protección a las miles de trabajadoras domésticas de California. Apoyen la SBC 686 porque los trabajadores, todos, merecemos lugares de trabajo seguros y saludables.
Mariana, we are very proud of Mariana Angeles. She has been a domestic worker, but mostly she learned how to become an organizer. And now she is part of OCOR, one of the leaders in SoCal Coach, the activist network here in Orange County. We work with domestic workers too, with Nuestras Manos, and she is part of them, and some of them are part of the Nuestras Manos. Some of them are not in the organization. Some of them are from Domestic Workers Coalition, an organization for all the state of California. We have in that coalition also 14 organizations. And she is very, very sad when she was working, she couldn't take care of her children. But now she's organizing to fix that and have this bill passed so we can have protections at work and she can be at home safe. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Eddie Sanchez with SoCal Kosh. We're an organization founded on the principle that workplace injuries, illnesses, and deaths are, founded on the principle that workplace injuries, illnesses, and deaths are preventable. And we just wanted to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Councilman Vasquez for having us here today to present this proclamation. We want folks to understand that every 101 minutes, a worker dies on the job. So we are far from addressing the issues of workplace health and safety. According to statistics that were released by the Bureau of Labor Standards, Bureau of Labor Statistics, there was a 9% increase in workplace fatalities. So things are not getting better for workers, they're becoming more challenging for workers, especially as we're coming across new machinery, new technology in the workplace, new viruses and new challenges. So having this proclamation made today is really meaningful for us, especially for those folks who are still going through workplace health and safety challenges. So just wanted to give you a sincere thank you, and I'd like to give them a round of applause for just having us here today. Thank you.
Again, there are many ways that you can help your neighbors, Santa Ana residents. You can get in contact with your state legislators and ask them to support the bill that Councilmember Vasquez mentioned. You can also join one of the local campaigns like the Kings Fan campaign to make sure that the people that live in the Delhi neighborhood have a clean and safe workplace to go so that they can in turn support their families. So thank you and have a good night.
Councilmember Penalosa, please. Councilman Penalosa will be recognizing Santa Ana Police Department's 2023 Distinguished Service Medal recipient, Detective Joshua Espadas, and Uniformed Officer of the Year, Officer Dominic Dominguez. If those officers can join us, please. I apologize if I said the name wrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is recognizing Santa Ana Police Department's Detective Joshua Espadas and Officer Dominic Dominguez. If you guys could please join me up here. Gentlemen, how you doing? Good, thank you, sir. Nice to see you. So,
Got him? All right, great. So tonight we get to recognize the Distinguished Service Medal Award winner. So Councilmember Penaloza, Mayor Mesqua, and myself, we had the opportunity to go to the Santa Ana Police's annual awards ceremony, and wow, did we hear some amazing stories of heroes. And so for us to bring any of the folks here tonight, it was really a difficult choice, but we settled on the two that, again, these are amazing stories. So first is our Distinguished Service Medal Award winner, which is awarded to employees who distinguish themselves through a display of bravery and heroism in circumstances which are above or beyond the normal demands of duty. So Officer Espadas, was awarded this medal for a situation that occurred in 2020. On Sunday, March 1st, 2020, he responded to a report of a man with a gun inside Immaculate Heart of Mary Church. It was reported that the man with the gun was going to shoot a woman and 2 children. Officer Espadas displayed bravery and acted heroically in his efforts to safeguard the lives of all the congregants trapped inside with that gunman. He showed tremendous composure in quickly evolving, life-threatening critical incident, and his extraordinary actions undoubtedly saved the lives of several citizens that day in that church. Councilman Pelosi?
thank you, Councilmember Becerra. And just to add to that, my tia was actually parking her car, about to walk into the Immaculate Heart of Mary Church when that incident happened. So thank you. Thank you for your heroic service there. The next award goes to our Uniformed Officer of the Year. And our Uniformed Officer of the Year is one of the Santa Ana Police Department's highest honors. The 2022 Uniformed Officer of the Year was awarded to Officer Dominic Dominguez. The Uniformed Patrol Officer is the public face of the department. They are the ones who come to your house if you call 911. They are the ones who wave to you as they drive down the street in a police car. They are the ones who are on patrol day in and day out, 24 hours a day. As such, they are the ones who can daily reaffirm public trust and confidence in the dedication and competence of the department. During 2022, Officer Dominguez was instrumental in removing guns off the streets, which directly correlates to preventing other violent crimes. Officer Dominguez's precision, intelligence, and proactive police work were essential to accomplishing the mission of eradicating violent crime and promoting Operation Community First. Today, we recognize these two officers for receiving these awards and thank them for their bravery and their outstanding contributions to public safety. With that said, as Councilmember Becerra mentioned, at last month's award ceremony, there were dozens of police officers that got many recognitions, and I wish we could recognize all of them tonight here today, but we'd be here for hours, more than we already are. So that's not possible. So we chose these two fine gentlemen to share that recognition for us. I want to thank you guys, as well as Chief Valentin, for leading this department and making sure that we have good officers like you guys that are out there patrolling our neighborhood. So thank you so much. On behalf of the mayor and city council. Mayor, do you guys want to join us for pictures? Yes, thank you guys.
Hi, good evening. There's still a bunch of you left. Oh my gosh. May I please call up Boat People SOS Center for Community Advancement? Hi, everyone. Thai fan here. So I'll go ahead and start as they walk up here. Some of you may know, on April 30th, 1975, the nation of South Vietnam fell to communist forces, marking the fall of Saigon and the beginning of one of the largest mass exoduses in modern history. Yes, this was a very tragic event for the Vietnamese people, but the fall of Saigon also ushered in the beginning of the Vietnamese American community. Since the first years of that mass exodus, the community has come together annually to commemorate what is collectively called Black April, or Tháng Tư Đen. Between 1975 and 1995, more than 3 million people would leave Vietnam in search of a better life or in flight from persecution. And the majority would settle here in the United States, particularly in this area in Southern California, known as Little Saigon. That includes me and my parents. Little Saigon is a marker of our resilience, our past, and in many ways, our hope for the future. With over 200,000 residents, Orange County's Little Saigon is the largest concentration of Vietnamese people outside of Vietnam, 30,000 of whom, according to the 2021 American Community Survey, live in Santa Ana. Boat People SOS was created by a group of Vietnamese refugee advocates in the 1980s precisely in response to that exodus, which was a humanitarian crisis that has seen families separated, death, and tragedies on the high seas, and the languishing of many in refugee camps from Malaysia to Hong Kong, Thailand, where I was born, and the Philippines. Boat People SOS was built in pursuit of empowering Vietnamese refugees, boat people, as well as, empowering Vietnamese refugees who are also known as boat people, and that's what the American media calls them, in pursuit of liberty and dignity. So today, Boat People SOS continues the mission upon which they were founded. They provide those with immigrant and refugee backgrounds the services they need to succeed and thrive, such as immigration assistance and offering health-related resources. Boat People SOS remembers Black April not only as a tragedy, but also as a historical movement of empowerment in which Vietnamese refugees have come together to build a new community here as Vietnamese Americans. So today, the city of Santa Ana proudly proclaims April 30th, 2023 as Black April and presents this proclamation that staff is about to hand me to Boat People SOS. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilmember Fan, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members and city staff for this proclamation declaring April 30th as Black April. As a first-generation American-born daughter of Vietnamese immigrants, it is an honor to receive this proclamation. Everyone at Boat People SOS and the Vietnamese community appreciates the city of Santa Ana and your continuous support for the Vietnamese community. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm the last one, I promise. Let me have Selena Mendez join me, please. She's got a whole fan club. Don't you look beautiful? How are you, sweetie? Good, how are you? So I'm honored to be standing next to Selena. Come on over here. When I met Selena, I met her at a Boys and Girls Club event at the Balboa Bay Club, right?
The Women of
The
Greatness.
Women of Greatness. So Selena is a young woman of greatness. Selena Mendez was born and raised in Santa Ana, currently attending Nova Academy High School. Selena has always been involved in her school's campus as the ASB president, and she helped start over 5 clubs. Wow, I'm impressed. She hosted Nova's first community open event, El Dia de los Muertos Festival, and focused on highlighting the importance of cultural identity within the Santa Ana community. Selena was recognized as the Youth of the Year for Orange County. Let's give a round of applause. The Boys and Girls Club of America's signature effort to foster a new generation of leaders. And someday she's going to be sitting back here. You'll be the mayor. Youth of the Year is a comprehensive leadership development program, which includes a state-level competition in Sacramento. Selena can participate in this competition, and she not only proudly represented Orange County, but also her city, Santa Ana. Selena is this year's class valedictorian. Congratulations. She's maintained a 4.6 GPA all 4 years of high school. All 4 years. And she has been a part of the dual enrollment program, gaining over 30 plus college credits. Good for you. She's been accepted to UC Berkeley, UCI, UC Santa Barbara, I'm not done, Chapman, Concordia, Cal State Fullerton, Cal Poly Pomona, Cal State Long Beach, and Cal State Dominguez Hills. Maybe you'll tell us which one you're going to go to, right? Selena, you're an impressive young woman with a very bright future ahead of you. Santa Ana is extremely proud of you. On behalf of the city of Santa Ana, we wish you the very best in your future. As the mayor and as a woman from Santa Ana, I wish you the best. And if there's ever anything I could do for you, you know you can reach out. So congratulations. So I'm gonna let you speak.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd first like to thank the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Orange Coast for giving me this opportunity to represent the youth around me as this year's Orange County's Youth of the Year. I am a representation of how Latinos in this community are striving towards accomplishing amazing things every day. Opportunities that are given are ones that should never take for granted. I took the opportunity that was given to me, and because of that, I am able to use my platform to advocate for communities like mine. Being born and raised in Santa Ana has contributed to my personal identity and has immersed me in my cultural and heritage. I never would have thought that opportunities like these would have been possible for people like me, but they are. And I'm here to tell all of you that all the things that you want to accomplish are possible as long as you put in the hard work and effort towards accomplishing that. Lastly, as something my mom always tells me, a seguir adelante y ser fuerte, to keep on going and stay strong. So thank you so much to the City Council for this recognition. It means the world to me. Remember to take all the opportunities and never let them go. Thank you. Thank you so much.
let's go. I'm going to switch things around, Madam City Manager, only because we have a lot of public comments. And so, if you don't mind, can we do Zoom first, please?
Yes, Mayor. For public comments, before unmuting callers, I'd like to report the following summary of emails provided as of today. So we did receive 16 emails. 7 were on non-agenda topics, 1 related to item 9, the Police Oversight Commission appointment, 5 related to item 22, early direction for the 2023-2024 budget cycle, and 3 related to item 24, the opposition to Assembly Bill 742. Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. The time limit for public comments tonight will be 2 minutes. Caller whose phone number ends with the last 3 numbers 274, please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comments.
Hello, my name is Lucy Solorzano. Tonight, I'm speaking as a parent from Godinez High School. I am respectfully asking the mayor and the city council to direct the Parks and Recreation Department to schedule a community meeting at Godinez High School auditorium so that parents and staff and students can obtain information and provide their input or concerns about the new dog park development. Last year, I attended one of the first community dog park meetings and made the same request of the staff and city council member Penalosa that day. I followed up with the staff member Isabel Gomez to schedule a meeting, but unfortunately, I was met with excuses by my school's administration and a meeting was not scheduled. Our school recently assigned a community liaison, and I have asked her to reach out to the city in hopes a meeting can be scheduled. However, I fear that my administration again will not allow it to happen. Therefore, I come and request, Madam Mayor and the City Council, that you please direct your staff to schedule a meeting on campus grounds and invite parents, students, staff to participate. The Godinez High School community is the second largest stakeholder and direct neighbor to the dog park. It amazes me that such a meeting has not already taken place. As a parent and a longstanding community member, I will not stand by and let the city disenfranchise the Godinez community. I recall another government agency, the Orange County Board of Supervisors, ignoring our community when building their 5th county shelter in Santa Ana on Yale Street. Yale Street is about 3 blocks from Godinez High School. They too did not want to host a meeting, and they too said our school community wouldn't be impacted.
Next speaker is David Ball.
Good evening. This is David Ball. I live in Ward 3, and I'm calling in to support the item number 24, which opposes AB 742. I feel that the city's already down 30 officers. This would further impact the safety of our community. So that's all tonight. I just wanted to call in and say I support item 24. Thank you.
Next speaker, Lisa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Lisa, and I'm the community organizer at Viet Rise, and I will be speaking on the behalf of Viet Rise tonight. Viet Rise condemns the usage of red baiting tactics by Santa Ana City Council member Phil Becerra. The council member exploited the traumas of the Vietnam War during the March 21st and April 4th City Council meetings to keep a former school teacher and community activist from being appointed to the city's Police Oversight Commission. As an organization advancing social justice and building power with the working class Vietnamese and immigrant communities in OC, we know all too well the damaging and life-altering effects of red baiting tactics used by local politicians to attack their opponents. Politicians shroud their political motives under the guise of care and concern for the traumas of the Vietnamese people. Their care often does not extend beyond seeing the community as a tool to further their political goal. They fail to acknowledge or care about the nuances of Vietnamese lived experiences unless it suits their political agenda. Councilmember Phil Becerra disingenuously attempts to show his care for the Vietnamese community by showcasing the picture of Colonel Dewey Waddell being captured by a Vietnamese woman during the Vietnam War in order to prove the bias of a nominee and to stop their appointment to the Police Oversight Commission. However, he incorrectly called the Vietnamese woman in the picture a Viet Cong. If the councilmember took even 5 minutes to Google search the image, he would quickly realize his mistake. The image he referred to was captured approximately 40 miles from Hanoi, making the woman a member of the North Vietnamese Army, not a Viet Cong, which is commonly used to describe members of the National Liberation Front who operated in South Vietnam during the war. The council member's oversight on the term reveals his own bias, his disregard for the nuanced lived experiences of the Vietnamese community, and his motive to use the Vietnamese traumas as a tool for his skewed political agenda. This attempt at red baiting and exploiting Vietnamese traumas to win political brownie points is an all too common occurrence. During the 2022 general election, Do Zoom, the editor-in-chief of Movic Daily
Ma'am, your
News-
time is up.
Thank you so much.
That's all?
Yes, that concludes the Zoom speakers.
Perfect. All right, we're going to do in-person. Madam Clerk, 2 minutes, please. First one is Johanna Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor Amezcua and council members.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you, is it on? Is it?
Are we on?
There you go. Perfect.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. My name is Johanna Lopez. I am the mother of Brandon Anthony Lopez, who was killed on September 28, 2021 by Anaheim PD within our jurisdiction here in Santa Ana. Here with my family and supporters to make a comment about the April 4th, 2023 article published in Knock LA. This article is entitled Callous Prank at Santa Ana Police Department Revealing Culture of Harassment. This article doesn't even begin to touch on the bias, misconduct, and lack of both moral and ethical respect within the SAPD. Are we wrong to interpret that the Santa Ana Police Department thought that Brandon's death was satirical, amusing, funny at best? We don't think this is amusing in any way, as this article clearly defines that several SAPD officers played an integral part in Brandon's death. The digital footprint of these bulletins are even more intriguing, as these bulletins were produced on city property. That's problematic. That's problematic for my family. That should be problematic for the residents of Santa Ana. The mission statement of Santa Ana PD to deliver public safety services to our community with the utmost professionalism and integrity is laughable. Since Brandon's death, we haven't seen an increase of police shootings within Santa Ana, and cases seem to be on the rise of misconduct. As residents of this culturally and ethically diverse city, we all should be very concerned about this ugly culture that permeates throughout this department. Chief Valentin, this is all happening under your direction. Your leadership is clearly not held in high regard. Please resign.
And I pray to God that all you up there listen to what she was saying.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
look
sir.
around like you guys don't give a shit.
Sir, you have to, we gotta remain calm, please. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I just hope you listen to her.
We heard her, sir. Promise you, we heard her. We heard her. Thank you.
And please do something about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
because that was my son.
Sir, I understand that, sir, and I
hope you
apologize.
do.
And my condolences to you and your family. So we can talk afterwards, offline. I'll give you my number. Okay, then we need to just stop now so I can continue, please. Thank you. Michael Myers, please. After Michael Myers, Martha Molina will follow Michael Myers. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Myers and I reside in Laguna Beach. And I'm going to take the next minute and 54 seconds and try to help out with the housing crisis and the escalating vacancy factors for office space. I want to zoom in real quick on an area on Civic Center between, let's say, Flower and Bristol. It's deemed SD20, and SD20 was written 40 years ago. And 40 years ago, I'm assuming that there wasn't a housing crisis and there probably was not enough office space. So SD20 makes all those homes there designated as office space and non-residential, which is a bit of a roadblock considering what the situation is now, where we have escalating vacancy factors in the office buildings and not enough housing. So I know recently there was a very large skyscraper here in Santa Ana that was converted into residential from commercial space. And that is just a huge undertaking to take. I'm suggesting that we take a look at what's referred to as living space, in which they work and live in the same location. And you're going to be hearing a lot about this in the future. And there is an article written about it. It's called sustainablecitycode.org. It's a very short article, and it really just lays it out, what they're looking at and how this would work. And I think it would be great for the city of Santa Ana, people that live and work in the same location, use public transportation, they spend their dollars locally here. And so yeah, I think we need to revisit SD20 and take a look at live workspaces. Thank you so much. Wow.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect timing. All right.
Martha Molina, followed by Pietra Gao. I apologize if I said that wrong.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Martha Molina, and I'm Secretary for the Riverview Neighborhood Association. I have enjoyed being a homeowner in Riverview and being involved. When I purchased my home, I found we had a neighborhood association and was immediately impressed by the board. All committed, hardworking women investing their efforts to maintain good quality of life in Riverview. I always respected how they would query neighbors about concerns in order to develop the association's meeting agenda. We've worked together for many years. Our association is well known to the city, and we appreciate our Mayor Pro Tem, Jessie Lopez's work on behalf of our neighborhood from the day she was elected. We are a very hardworking, engaged board, with consistent meetings and activities that benefit our neighbors. I'm here today to share experience from the last 2 weeks. We learned about a potential regional park to replace the golf course, Riverview Golf Course. And we learned about that through an article in the paper in the Voice of OC. I'm sure that you all would not appreciate finding out about something like that in your neighborhood in the paper. And so we have spent our time meeting, trying to get information. We've met with Congressman Correa. We've met with the Office of County Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento, and still cannot get a copy of a resolution. We heard perhaps a resolution is coming May 2nd, and we haven't heard anything. So, Honorable Mayor, we really appreciate you immediately responding to us, willing to meet with us, given the fact that there's a regional park that's being planned, and also that Mayor Pro Tem will be joining us as well. And so, it is a regional park. We don't know who's going to operate it. We're very concerned about traffic, security, and our current park is not well maintained. There had been efforts to do it, but the basketball hoop is, ripped, and so is the fence. And so we're very concerned about maintaining a regional park in Riverview. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pietra Gao, again, I apologize if I say that wrong. No? Going once, twice? Irma Hadagi?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. 2 minutes. I'll try to be real fast. Number one, I want to support your opposition to for item 24. The more options our police officers have to serve the public, and especially non-lethal ways, the better opportunities we have. So the outcome is positive or comes out better at both ends. That's number one. Number two, I was looking at the mission statement. And it came to mind that the first thing on your mission statement is safety. So I applaud you for the PAL program. Look at the success, and hopefully we can build on other programs like that. The other item right after that is a prosperous economic development. That's what one of the focuses, the second item on the mission statement for our city. We need to develop our businesses. The more our businesses thrive and grow, the less paperwork and red tape to allow businesses to come into the city, the more employment opportunity that there is for our residents, the better the cost of living they could be able to afford if we have better companies that pay higher, if you are partnering with our colleges for training and internships in high-paying blue-collar and white-collar. If we can do that to really have a very thriving city. Yes, we have a heart for housing and all of these other programs, but the bottom line is we need good-paying jobs. So if focusing a little bit more on economic development, we would have a stronger city. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your work.
Thank you. Next up is Boris Greasley, followed by Danny Vega.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Boris Greasley with the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee, speaking on Agenda 21, or Item 21 in the agenda. Just wanted to thank staff for the tremendous work that they've done for within these amendments, and hopefully get the council's support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danny Vega, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Danny Vega, resident of Ward 3. I am here to speak on 2 issues. First, I want to show my support for item 24, the resolution to oppose Assembly Bill 742. I understand the good intent of the bill. However, like other crime bills passed in California, I fear this one will have unintended consequences. Taking away a non-lethal option would mean that police will have to resort to using their gun more, which we all agree we want to avoid at all costs. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was I wanted to express my deep disappointment in our police department. The Bolo flyer, which supposedly was a prank on a police officer and passed around in the department, makes light on the death of Brandon Lopez. Regardless of how you feel about the circumstances on that night, no one, especially police officers, should make light of a police-involved shooting that led to the death of a civilian. It is unprofessional, and it shows a lack of empathy for Brandon Lopez's family, who do not deserve this. I am excited to be part of the police commission because the ultimate goal of that commission is to improve public trust in our department. This completely undermines that goal. I tell my daughters that police officers are like heroes, because when you are in trouble, you call the police and they come and help you. This is not heroic behavior. This is what bullies do. And heroes are also not perfect. And I know our department isn't perfect. but we can and should do better. Do the right thing and apologize to the family of Brandon Lopez. And I hope that this kind of behavior doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. John Hanna, followed by Kristen Grimaldo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Madam City Manager. John Hanna with the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And I just want to say that on March 7th, we heard a loud message from this council that were concerned about transparency and wanted to make sure that we knew who was doing business in this city, at least in the construction area. And I think we've made the case in the past about wage theft. This is normal tax time, although we've got an extension this year. And I think that there's almost $900 million that we lose in this state from tax fraud. And a lot of it occurs right there on the construction site. So what this ordinance will do, this modification, it'll tell us a little bit about who the bad actors are. And I think it's pretty self-descriptive. But what I wanted to do is to say, with all the problems that you have to deal with as a council and how you deal with them and how you interact with staff, this is a model, really, of how this should happen. The council gave their direction. The city manager had her staff, and I dealt with Min Tai, and we talked about it. They had a lot of questions. We explained a lot of things and assured them of things that really would not happen if these changes were made. There was a suggestion for a modification. We agreed to that. It's minor, but what we're really trying to say is this is the best way to make policy, where there's a good interaction, where there's honesty, and we want to thank the staff, we want to thank the council, and we hope you support this.
Thank you. Kristen Grimaldo.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Christian Grimaldo, and I am a homeless college student. Due to being evacuated out of my apartment with my family within 24 hours, my family has been in huge distress. With no aid from our landlord, 3 other tenants have now since been homeless. 2 tenants have children that are currently attending school. 1 tenant specifically has children with autism. Since then, the past 12 days, the landlord has only offered us our own money back, which is our own deposit, 1 month of rent that we just paid a week ago. Even after all of this, my father, who is the manager of these apartments, still comes to work, talking to contractors, engineers, and doing what needs to be done at the apartments despite after being left homeless. Could you please help us? Please talk to our landlord and pay for our relocations until the apartments are ready to return. I want to continue attending college and continue supporting my community who desperately need help. I will never forget this moment in my life. Thank you.
City Manager, is there somebody here from the Housing Division that can speak to the family?
I'm sorry, I was just speaking to the...
No, I'm asking for staff.
I know, but I was going to say something, so if you want to raise your hand to speak up. Thank you. So what I've asked the clerk to do is to get the information. City Manager, I've asked the clerk to get the information so that we can share with you, and then we'll move forward, okay? Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next speaker. Sarah Arpaio, followed by Sylvia Ramos.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Sara Arpero. Soy promotora y consejera de vivienda con Latino Health Access. Quiero compartir con ustedes el caso del compañero que acaba de pasar. Y esto lo vemos todos los días. Quiero agradecer al concejal Jonathan Hernández, al Departamento de Reforzamiento de Códigos, al Departamento de Desarrollo Comunitario y a la División de Vivienda. La semana pasada llegaron a nuestra organización familias como Chris, quienes fueron removidas de sus apartamentos, ya que hubo una inspección por parte del Departamento de Códigos de la ciudad de Santa Ana, declarando 4 viviendas inhabitables y se les pidió a las familias que salieran en 24 horas. Al inicio, la dueña rentó 4 habitaciones de motel para las familias, pero solo por 7 días. Las familias las hacinaron en un solo cuarto, 9 miembros en un solo cuarto de motel, ignorando que hay familias con niños con condiciones y necesidades especiales. Ella está ofreciendo regresar el dinero de un mes de renta y $600 de su propio depósito, violando los derechos de los inquilinos evitando su responsabilidad, ya que estos departamentos llegaron a estas condiciones por falta de mantenimiento y cuidados estructurales. Las familias en este momento están en condición de calle. ¿Se pueden poner de pie, por favor, las familias? Hasta el día de hoy se pagó el hotel, ellos no tienen a dónde ir el día de hoy, pero no pudieron llegar al shelter ya que ellos trabajan y no pueden llegar a la hora que se les pide. Esto pasa con las familias de Santa Ana. Es importante, como Latino Health Access hemos dado los recursos que hemos podido, pero necesitamos más apoyo para que estas familias el día de hoy no duerman en la calle. Gracias, buenas noches.
Good evening. I am Sara Arpaio from the housing program in Latino Health Access, and I'm bringing you the case of the young man who just spoke. And this happens every day. And I want to thank Councilman Hernandez, Code Enforcement, Community Development, and the Housing Departments. And we have these families in crises, and they were removed because the city did an inspection, Code Enforcement did an inspection, and they declared 4 units uninhabitable, and the families were told to leave within 24 hours, and they gave them 7 days of motels, but they put several families in very cramped conditions, and they just returned them their rent and $600 of their deposit, and they have grave needs. This violates their rights, and this was the responsibility of lack of maintenance and uninhabitable conditions. Now, these homeless people, the people who stood up are the families that are in these conditions, and the motel was paid only up until today, and right now the families work, so they could not arrive to the shelter on time, so right now they are homeless. Latino Health Access has some resources, but we need more support for these families who, as of right now, are going to be sleeping on the street. Please help.
Thank you. Sylvia Ramos.
Buenas noches, señores del concilio y señora alcaldesa. Mi nombre es Silvia Ramos, vivo en Santa Ana, en el código postal 92701. Esta noche estoy en representación de la Esperanza Unión de Inquilinos. Quiero agradecer a los concejales involucrados, en especial a Jonathan Hernández y el personal de la ciudad, Marisela Márquez y Michael García. Como ya escucharon los comentarios de nuestros compañeros inquilinos, no es justo que las familias estén sufriendo frío, hambre. Es injusto que pagaran su renta y la dueña está ignorando los derechos de inquilinos y poniéndose en una situación muy peligrosa. Y esta noche les queremos pedir que den seguimiento a este caso para acomodar a las familias y exigir a los dueños que respondan en este caso y que cumplan con las reglas y leyes de estado que los manda a cubrir los gastos de reubicación, ya que esto no es responsabilidad de los inquilinos. Ellos pagaron puntualmente su renta el día 1 de abril. Ustedes, como autoridad en Santa Ana con la vivienda, les pedimos que sean los encargados y que pidan rendimiento de cuentas a los dueños y paren los abusos y acosos para las familias. para que las familias no se desalojen y queden en condición de calle. Gracias. Estamos.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Silvia Ramos, and I live in Santa Ana, 92701, and I represent the Tenants Union. And I want to thank Councilman Hernandez and the staff, Marcela Marquez and Michael Garcia, for their help. It's not fair that these families have to suffer and be hungry and be out in the cold. They paid their rent and they are now living or they're facing dangerous conditions. So please follow up with this case tonight. The landlords are not following the rules. They need to cover their relocation costs for the families as the law allows, or the law says. And these tenants paid their rents as of April 1st. And the city of Santa Ana needs to make these landlords accountable, and they need to pay for the abuse that they have inflicted onto these families who are now on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcela Prado.
Buenas noches, Mayor, señores del Concilio. Mi nombre es Marcela Prado. Creo que ya me han visto mucho por acá. Soy dueña de un negocio en la calle 4. Agradezco la oportunidad que me permitan expresar la terrible situación en la que nos seguimos encontrando todos los comerciantes de la calle 4. Esta devastación en que nos encontramos debido a la construcción del OC Streetcar. Esta construcción nos sigue afectando. La mayoría de la calle ya está accesible, pero las calles alrededor del downtown siguen en construcción y se sigue escuchando las quejas de los clientes de no poder acceder a nuestros negocios. Necesitamos su apoyo. Necesitamos que nos promuevan en las redes sociales y de todas las maneras posibles. Pedimos las fiestas patrias de regreso. Necesitamos su apoyo. Estamos sufriendo las consecuencias de una construcción que alejó a nuestra comunidad de consumir nuestros productos. Ustedes como autoridad otorgaron un permiso de construcción sin el estudio pertinente para evitar este desastre. Agradecemos los grants que se nos ha distribuido, pero la ayuda fue solo momentánea. Les pedimos nos ayuden a mantener nuestros medios de supervivencia. Estamos pidiendo lo justo. Ya basta de arruinar nuestros negocios, el sustento de nuestras familias. Ustedes provocaron este desastre. Tienen que arreglarlo. Y me gustaría pedirles en nombre mío y de mis compañeros comerciantes, nos apoyen para que se nos informe de los grants que se nos otorgó por parte de la ciudad y la supervisora Katrina Foley. Nos gustaría que nos dieran el informe y ver si hay algún remanente y lo podamos utilizar en eventos y de esta manera promocionar los negocios. Pedir que no acepten más reclamos de los grants, ya que el dinero lo pedimos los comerciantes para los afectados únicamente de la calle 4. Tampoco se le otorga a negocios nuevos. Repito, lo peleamos para todos los
Gracias, su
afectados
tiempo
de la
ha concluido.
calle.
Gracias, señora.
Que sea distribuido también el dinero de forma
Señora, su
como se
tiempo.
fue afectado al principio.
Gracias, señora. Gracias. Lilia
Good evening.
Salazar.
Good
I'm
evening.
sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Marcela Prado, and here you've seen me before. I am a business owner from 4th Street, and I want to update you on the terrible situation that we still have on 4th Street. Because of the construction of the streetcar, all our businesses have been affected, and even though the street is finished, the streets around the construction are still in progress, and our clients still tell us that they cannot come to visit our businesses. So please help us promote our businesses, help us promote on social media. We want Fiestas Patrias back to bring customers. We are suffering the consequences because of our businesses. Our clients have been scared away or run away from us. You did this, you authorized this, and you did not create a study to see how we would be affected. We want to thank you for the money that you have provided, but it was only a temporary solution. We just want something that is fair for our families, so we can support our families. And you made this happen, so you need to fix it now. We ask for to tell us what the grants that we received by the city, by Katrina Foley, and we ask to have some events, maybe use any remaining funds to have events so that we can help our businesses, and don't use this money to help any new businesses.
Thank you. Lilia Salazar. Lilia Salazar. Fernando Delgado.
Good evening, Council. Last time I was here, I was asked to make my case for why I should serve on the Police Oversight Commission against allegations that I was too biased to serve on this commission. Today, I want the council here to check their own biases and answer to a series of incidents that I've recently learned about involving our police department, and answer what you plan to do to hold these officers accountable. So I don't have a lot of time. Y'all cut it down to 2 minutes. I'll try and be quick. The first is the bulletin that was mentioned by the mother of Brandon Lopez, Joanna Lopez, as well as Police Oversight Commissioner Danny Vega. This bulletin, not only does it make light of the murder of Brandon Lopez, but the contents of this bulletin accuse a SAPD officer of lying about Brandon Lopez being armed, which ultimately led to the lethal force that was used to kill him the day that he was shot. So I want to know what the council is doing to investigate this bulletin, and if there's anything being done to investigate the accusations made in this bulletin. Secondly, Knock LA. If anyone wants to learn about any of these that I'm mentioning, by the way, look up Knock LA, Santa Ana. You'll see all these stories. You could also go to my Instagram page, Fernando De Veras. You'll hear all about this. Secondly, I want to talk about the major enforcement team, which is alleged to have gang-like activity. If you want to know about police gangs, you can Google LASD gangs, see the kind of behavior that they get up to, and then know that that kind of behavior is infiltrating our department here in the city. This is a tattoo that is alleged to be worn by members of the Met team. That's a skull with an ace. In the military, this represents first kill. So ask yourself why they got that there. Their slogan that they operate under says, "Let them hate so long as they fear." I don't want an officer patrolling my neighborhood operating under this mindset. Not only that, you can find this article as well, where they detail that there was accusations of sexual assault on a child, 15-year-old girl, by one of the Met members off duty. Another incident. Recently, a man was arrested in front of his home, falsely accused of breaking into cars. He reported that he had a broken wrist, and they did not listen to him, and it resulted in further injuries. The officers let him go once they made the mistake, but the damage was already done. And I want to know, there were a lot of officers who were present that day. Why did no one step in? So again,
Mr.
please check
Delgado,
your
your time is
biases
up.
and answer, what do you plan to do to hold the officers accountable for this kind of
Thank you, Mr.
conduct?
Delgado, for
Thank you.
your time. Thank you. Marie Kofinko.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marie Kofinkel. I am the aunt of Furman Vincent Valenzuela Jr., and I'm here to support Brandon Lopez and to talk about the murder of my nephew. On July 2nd, 2016, three Anaheim police officers choked my nephew to death. My nephew didn't commit a crime, and he was not a gang member, and he did not have a weapon. He was murdered, and he was unarmed when he was murdered. He was out doing his laundry when the Anaheim police officers confronted him. I am here today to tell you that during the civil trial for my nephew, Furman Vincent Valenzuela, Anaheim police officers lied about my nephew's cause of death. The three officers testify under oath, my nephew died as a result of a drug use. This is what the officers said. Dr. Beno Omala, a well-known doctor, testified that my nephew's death, per the autopsy report, was due to the lack of oxygen to his brain, not of drug use. In fact, all the drug tests came back, they were inconclusive. They try to dehumanize my nephew by saying his death was related to drugs because they had no other excuse as to why they murdered him. The jurors heard and they saw the evidence of the truth. As a result of their continued lies, the jurors awarded my nephew's children $13.2 million. Anaheim police are not afraid to say anything to cover their corrupt, brutal behavior under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Karash Karimi.
Good evening. My name is Kurosh. I'm here tonight to oppose item number 24. I think that the City Council should heed the voice of the people. We've had community members come here tonight and talk about the misconduct of the police, the terror that they commit, the oppression that they commit every single day, all throughout this country and definitely in Santa Ana. We cannot give police more instruments to use violence against our community members. They are not here to uphold the peace. They are here to do the exact opposite. They commit violence, they kill people, and they have full immunity to do so. If we're serious about serving the people, then we would support the California Assembly bill that bans the use of attack dogs. If we're serious about serving our community, we would demand justice for Brandon Lopez. Justice, yes, justice for all those who've been slain by police terror. And this is a step forward, so please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter Ayala. Walter Ayala. Walter Ayala. No show, okay. Jose Armendariz, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jose Armendariz. As of now, I'm not supposed to be here. I was sentenced to 90 years to life when I was 16 years old. I was thrown in jail, spent 16 years of my life there. Today I'm here because in support of Mr. Delgado and opposing your guys' block of his being able to be a part of the oversight committee with the police department. Some of the things that I've seen and witnessed behind bars, you guys will never see because the media will never show it to you guys, will never be covered. I'm fully aware of the phrase that offended people so much. I wish there was that much offense to the shit that we go through where we're at. Because, and I understand the phrase is divisive, right, amongst many people. But it's actually quite popular amongst both people on the left and the right. It's not a reflection, the phrase is not, it's not directly to attack a specific person, a specific department, or anybody. The phrase goes to the frustration that we have as a community that we continue to live these kind of things. Let me be clear. I spent 16 years of my life for a crime that I did not commit. All right? So if you can say, oh, well, you did it, you deserve to be there, I deserve to be there. But I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, but I do want people like Mr. Delgado to be able to uplift our voices because all he's doing is saying how we feel. He's showing our frustrations, and I know a lot of you guys here, and you guys know my story, you guys know what's up with me. Like, I'm not about anti-cop, anything. I'm like, but if you're gonna do your job, do it right. And I want people like Mr. Delgado to be able to oversee individuals like this, because he's uplifting our voices. And when you silence him, you're basically
Sir,
telling
your
people
time is
like me that our voice doesn't matter.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Gaurav Karan.
RAP. Hi, I'm Gaurav Karan. I'm here both to support Fernando and call out the nonsense that happened with preventing him from being on the commission. I think that if you have a police oversight committee that was fought for 60 years by this community, then you're going to have to welcome voices that are critical of the police on there. If you think you can do better, which is things that I've heard the police departments themselves say, then you have to be open to criticism. I think red baiting, all the things that were brought up by folks from Viet Rise are completely true. I think you took 2 social media posts and you derailed a long-term effort by this community. And just as political advice, I don't think going against the community will be the smart move for you. I also want to highlight some of the incidents that I've witnessed myself. I do a lot of outreach with unhoused folks, particularly in Santiago Parks and other parts of Santa Ana. And I can tell you that in 2 years, I've rarely seen cops show up in any form that would be as heroes or to help. Their modus operandi is to harass and dispel and remove them from the situation without ever having any resources available. As you know, beds are never available to people when they need them. There are people exiting the programs because of harassment that they face at Illumination Foundation and other shelters. And I'd like to have more conversation around that with some of the council members soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernandad Solario, I apologize if I pronounce it wrong. Bernadette?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. 2 weeks ago, I was here with 3 SEIU UHW members who shared their stories working in the hospital, specifically South Coast Global, and their desire to see a living wage. SEIU UHW has been pushing for a minimum $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers. And I will continue to bring my members here. I have one member here, Sonia de Hernandez, and she will speak and share her story as a healthcare worker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anna Leon, followed by Maria Reyes.
Buenas noches, señores del concilio. Mi nombre es Ana María León. Tengo un negocio en la calle 4, es Ana Cebrite Nestor. La razón por la cual estoy presente el día de hoy es para pedirles, por favor, que no permitan que nos remuevan nuestros anuncios y displays que tenemos enfrente de nuestros negocios, que promocionan a nuestros negocios. Hace 2 semanas llegó un trabajador de la ciudad pidiéndonos que removiéramos nuestros signs y displays que tenemos enfrente de nuestros negocios. Los signs y displays que tenemos frente de nuestros negocios son para que vean nuestros clientes que todavía estamos abiertos. No es justo ni es posible que después de tanta construcción y tanto daño que hicieron con nuestros negocios, con la construcción, que no nos ha dejado sin clientes, nos podamos promocionar para atraer más clientes. Muchos piensan que la mayoría de nuestros negocios en la calle 4 han cerrado. Entonces les pido que por favor nos dejen promocionarnos para no tener que cerrar nuestros negocios. Gracias.
Gracias. Maria?
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Ana Maria Leon, and I have a business on 4th Street and a store, and I'm here to ask you to please allow us to keep our signs and displays in front of our businesses. We have been asked to remove them, but our businesses, we need them to promote our businesses. 2 weeks ago, somebody from the city, staff from the city came to ask us to remove our signs and displays. but we use our signs and displays to let our clients know that we are still in business. It's not fair that after we went through all this construction, all the damage done to our businesses, we lost our clients, and our clients can't find us. We used these signs to tell our clients that we are still in business. So we're asking you to let us keep our signs and displays in front of our businesses.
Thank you. Señora?
Buenas noches, señora alcaldesa, señores concejales. Mi nombre es María Pérez. Mi negocio es Chevitas Juice en la calle 4. Les comunico con profunda tristeza que el sábado 22 de abril, Chevitas cierra sus puertas. Mes muy duro, Chevitas cierra sus puertas. La ilusión con que comencé mi negocio, que con mucho trabajo y sacrificio hice realidad, pero me es imposible y difícil nadar contra la corriente. Las autoridades que otorgaron los permisos al paso del tren no contemplaron el desastre económico que provocaron los negocios de la calle 4, y en estos momentos somos un desastre económico provocado por la construcción del tren. Sí nos ayudaron, pero pónganse la mano en el corazón y piensen si su ayuda que se nos dio fue justa. Lo que nos provocaron el desastre económico fue la mayor injusticia para los negocios de la calle 4. Señores, esto no es justo. Gracias.
Gracias, señora.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor. My name is Maria Perez, and I'm a business owner of Chevitas Juice on 4th Street. And I'm sad to say that on Saturday, April 22nd, Chevitas Juice will close. It's too hard for me and to tell you this. It's very hard. Chevitas Juice will be closing. It's too hard. It's extremely difficult to keep this business, to be swimming against the currents of what's happening. You authorized the construction, but you did not foresee what would happen to our businesses, the damage that would be done to our businesses. My business is now an economic disaster due to the streetcar construction. What you did give us did help, but have you stopped to consider if your help was fair, was enough help? And it's extremely, there's injustice in all of this for many of the businesses on 4th Street. It's not fair.
Carolyn McHardy, followed by Maribel Gomez.
Hi, I'm one of the Riverview neighborhood. This is my first time doing this.
Okay.
And I heard about them not renewing the lease. I went to my first meeting and they were told that they were going to go ahead and renew the golf course lease, but now we're being told it's going to become a regional park. And before that happens, I hope the city will consider some other options. For instance, student housing. I know that area is also owned by the county as well as the federal government owns part of that golf course. And I know Katrina Foley of the Orange County Supervisors had considered some student housing in county facilities. So I was just hoping that that's something, you know, that it just won't become a regional park, that we'll go ahead and look at possible other ideas, because I think student housing could also help the businesses in the area, as of course cut down on the traffic because people wouldn't need cars. When the streetcar finishes, they'd have a direct route to the, you know, downtown area. I just think it would be much more beneficial than a regional park, which would take resources from the city. So just, I hope that we have a chance to talk about it before anything's done. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Maribel Gomez.
Buenas noches, señora alcaldesa y miembros del concilio. Alto la distribución injusta del dinero que pertenece a los comerciantes de la calle 4, quienes fuimos afectados por la construcción del tren. Así ya ustedes lo escucharon hace un momento, que ni yo lo sabía, que esta compañera va a cerrar su negocio. Ya son varios. Gente que no fue afectada y está recibiendo que están abriendo nuevos negocios. No estamos de acuerdo que se les dé del dinero que todavía nosotros no lo hemos recibido, que viene del senador Tom Umberg. Somos y seremos todavía hasta el momento muy afectados por la construcción que todavía no ha terminado. Pregunta, ¿de dónde viene la orden de retirar los anuncios y los displays de afuera de los negocios de la calle 4? Lo extraño es que solo en algunos negocios, a propósito, se quitan los anuncios que tenemos fuera de los negocios. ¿Qué pasa con los restaurantes? Creo que somos todos iguales y por lo tanto todos pagamos taxis en mayor o menor cantidad. Pero somos personas de muchos años. Yo tengo 40 años, soy Aries Beauty Salon de la calle 4. Entonces, esa es una de mis preguntas, señores. Yo creo en la transparencia de Estados Unidos y creo en usted, señora alcaldesa, porque es mujer, porque sabe y siente lo que somos las mujeres. Y en todos los miembros que aquí se encuentran les pido, toquen su corazón y por favor, para que duerman tranquilos, no nos defrauden. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora. Lakeisha Gant.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. And it's not unfair what's happening with the money distribution to the businesses on 4th Street who have been affected by the construction of the streetcar. And I didn't know what the lady just mentioned, that that her business was going to close. Many businesses are closing. We have been affected, and but the problem is that some businesses that were not affected are getting money. These are new businesses, so that is not fair. They're getting the money that we did not receive from Senator Tom Umberg. So we were affected by the construction, and we are affected in our businesses. I have a question for you. Who ordered the removal of the displays and signs in front of our businesses? It's very strange that it only happens in some of the businesses. So what about the restaurants? We're all the same. We all pay our taxes more or less. And I've been in my business, Aries Beauty Salon, for over 40 years. And I have another question for you. I believe in transparency in the United States. I believe in you, Mayor, because you are a woman as well. You understand this. So I ask all of you that you touch your hearts so that you can sleep well tonight and give us the help that we need.
Thank you. Lakeisha Gant. Lakeisha. Sonia Hernandez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sonia Hernández. Trabajo en un hospital de aquí de Santa Ana y trabajo desde el año 1909. Pues yo pienso de que lo que los están pagando es muy poco. Pues estaba ganando a $15 y desde noviembre para acá los aumentaron a 18. Pero es un hospital y lo estamos imponiendo a muchas enfermedades. Pero les pido de que por favor los ayuden a que los aumenten el mínimo a $25. Porque como todos sabemos que todo está muy caro, la gasolina ha subido mucho, la canasta básica y no los alcanza para el sustento diario. Por eso les pido de que por favor los puedan ayudar para que siquiera los paguen a $25. Gracias.
Gracias, señora.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Hernandez, and I work in a hospital in Santa Ana since 1909. And I am asking you to help us because we do not make enough money. I used to make $15 an hour, and since last November, I'm making $18 an hour. But in the hospital, we're exposed to many illnesses. So I ask you to please help us raise our minimum wage to $25 an hour. And with everything is becoming so expensive with gas and the basic foods and staples, and it's not enough to support ourselves. So we're asking you to help us raise our minimum wage to $25 an hour. Thank you.
Valentin Martinez.
Hola, buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Valentín Martínez, dueño de Nidos Brairo, ubicado en la calle 4. Agradezco la oportunidad de expresar mi inconformidad hacia la ordenanza de remover los letreros de la calle 4. Quisiera que tomaran en cuenta la situación que estamos atravesando debido al permiso otorgado para la construcción de Octa. Está siendo muy difícil para nosotros sobrevivir a este desastre, y los anuncios y mercancía es una forma de promover nuestros negocios, sobre todo para los negocios del segundo piso. Estamos aquí pidiendo nos permitan anunciarnos de esta manera y estaremos pendientes de evitar obstruir el paso como lo hacía la construcción. Un tiempo nos prometieron directorios en cada bloque y nunca sucedió. Es un buen tiempo para pedirles que lo consideren ponerlos. Gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Valentin Martinez, owner of Lindo Bridal in 4th Street, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm advocating against the removal of the signs in front of our businesses on 4th Street. Please, this was done. You did allow signs for the construction. You did allow the permission for OCTA to build that streetcar, and now it's making it hard for us to survive. The signs are a way for us to promote our businesses, and especially for businesses on the second floor. So I'm asking you to allow these signs, and we'll make sure that they do not obstruct the passageway as the signs from the construction did. So we want to thank you. You also offered to have directories, business directories on every corner, every street, every corner, and you have not done so. So that might help too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Garay.
Buenas noches a todos, mi nombre es José Garay, soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana. En especial mi calle es de nombre Cypress, la cual viene de los árboles que están plantados en la misma calle, los cuales están rompiendo la banqueta y provocando accidentes. Queremos cuidar a nuestras personas ancianas, las cuales caminan con andaderas y corren el riesgo de tropezarse, romperse algún hueso, y no nada más ellos, sino todos los que caminamos ahí nos hemos causado lesiones en nuestros tobillos, los niños con sus bicicletas y algunos scooters. Esta es mi petición, que nos puedan ayudar a controlar las raíces de las banquetas. Gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Good evening. My name is Jose Garay. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, specifically from Cypress Street, which is named after the trees that are there on Cypress Street. But the problem is that the trees are breaking up or lifting up the sidewalk, and it's a very dangerous situation. Our elderly people are walking around, and they are in danger of falling and breaking bones or worse. And our kids are falling on their scooters and bicycles, etc. So please, I'm asking you to fix the sidewalks on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet Castro. followed by Martin Ocampo.
Muy buenas noches, una vez, mayor y city manager. Les pido por favor que dejen de estar actuando, que distribuyan el dinero que nos pertenece a nosotros, los trabajadores de la calle 4. Basta de estar negándonos, les venimos a pedir porque necesitamos. No queremos que nos pase lo que le pasó a mi compañera. Toda la calle 4, especialmente mi negocio, está siendo afectado de más de un año. Enfrente de donde está mi negocio no tengo para estar a la gente pasando, mis clientes. He perdido clientes, gente ya no ha venido. Soy estilista, tengo mi salón de belleza. Todos los días trabajo y les pido por favor que lo que nos pertenece nos los den. Señora manager, señora city manager, hagan su trabajo. Este es su trabajo. Mi trabajo es hacer mi dinero para sobrevivir. Es mi único ingreso que yo tengo. Si ustedes no pueden hacer su trabajo, entonces que otras personas lo hagan. Ustedes no aprobaron una muy buena cantidad el año pasado para nosotros y eso nos está perjudicando mucho. Como miembros, ustedes que todos son unidos, hablen y discutan todo lo que nosotros necesitamos. No estamos pidiendo que nos regalen, les estamos pidiendo ayuda. Después del COVID fueron 2 años de sufrimiento. Otros 2 años porque el tren no está construido todavía. Todas las calles de alrededor están cerradas. Encima, parqueaderos en la calle 4, que son más de 10, que hicieron como casita, no sé, algo extra, está también perjudicando los parqueaderos de mis clientes. Tengo clientes que vienen de otras ciudades. Somos latinos por latinos. Mi comunidad latina, mis clientes son latinos. No tengo otro tipo de clientes que me vengan a ayudar. Nosotros latinos no vamos a estar metiéndonos otro tipo de tienda. Compréndanos
Gracias,
y
el tiempo ha
ayúdenos.
concluido.
Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and City Manager. I'm asking you to stop acting and help us. Give us the money that is to help us on our businesses. Do not deny us this help. And we don't want for our business to happen what for the lady is going to happen. We don't want to have to close our businesses. And we have been affected for the 4th Street businesses have been affected for over a year. I've lost clients. I have a beauty salon, and I work every single day. City manager, do your job. My job is to make money for me to survive. And if you can't do your job, you need to let others come and do your job. The money that you give us is not enough, so you are here to talk about our needs and satisfy our needs. So I'm here to ask for help. And after COVID, we had 2 years of struggling, and now 2 years after, because of the construction, we're still suffering. And also the parking, you put something on the parking, on 10 parking spaces, like a shelter or something. And we are Latinos, and our businesses are for Latinos. Our clients are Latinos. So please help us.
Martin Ocampo.
Buenas noches, mayor y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Martín Ocampo, tengo un negocio ubicado en la calle 4, que es un restaurante. Me da mucha tristeza enterarme de esta noticia de que una compañera trabajadora que la conozco de mucho tiempo tenga que cerrar su negocio. Ella empezamos un sueño juntos, casi al mismo tiempo, invirtiendo los pocos recursos que teníamos para sacar adelante nuestros negocios, y no se me hace justo que por esta obra del tren tenga que cerrar. Yo le doy mis condolencias a ella y si en algo le podemos ayudar, estoy disponible. Posteriormente, les doy gracias por la oportunidad y les pido por favor que nos regresen lo que son las fiestas de la calle 4, que nos ayuden a revivir lo que es el Downtown de Santa Ana. Y que también dejen de hostigar a los compañeros que con sus negocios que tienen el sign afuera. Es la única forma que ellos tienen para anunciarse. También les hago mención, no se me hace justo que la sección donde hagamos más negocios latinos no tengamos ni un bote de basura. Si ustedes van a la Ford Street, lo que es la Ford Market, tienen como 4 botes de basura y en el lapso de la bus a la Broadway no contamos con ninguno. Se les ha pedido apoyo con botes de basura y lo único que nos dice la persona encargada que les van a poner, pero no hay para cuándo. También les pedimos un poco más de seguridad. Últimamente están llegando bastantes personas sin hogar y llegan en forma violenta, se meten al restaurante, se meten a los negocios y no les importa agarrar lo que ellos quieren. Por favor, se los pido de corazón que nos ayuden a promover nuestros negocios y no sean, veamos más casos como el de mi compañera Chevita. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Martin Ocampo. I'm a business owner on 4th Street. I have a restaurant, and it's very sad to see my friend for many, many years that has to close her business. We started our businesses almost at the same time to build our dream. We invested in our business. We created our business, but it's not fair that because of a streetcar, she has to lose her business. And my condolences to her, and if there's anything I can do to help you, I'm open to it. I'm asking you to bring the fiestas back to 4th Street to revive downtown Santa Ana, and for you not to be bothering the businesses with that have their signs outside. The signs are meant to advertise their business. It's not fair that in the Latino areas of businesses, there are not enough trash cans. There are no trash cans. Where the food is, there's plenty of trash cans, but then on Bush and Broadway, there are none to be found. They tell us that they're going to put them there, but there's no timeline to put the trash cans there. Also, we're asking for security there. There's an influx of homeless people who are becoming violent. They come into our restaurants and they come into our businesses and take stuff. So please help us also to promote our businesses. We don't want our business to close like Jovitas.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the public speakers. At this time, Madam City Manager, is there a presentation tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. It's our monthly homeless presentation, and Ken Gaminsky is going to provide the presentation, and he's going to be covering 3 areas that you did express an interest in earlier. So I will turn it over to Ken, who is the manager of everything homeless.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is going to be a quick homeless services update. Next slide. Go ahead. The data dashboard can be found on the Homeless Services webpage. Like the dashboard of a car, our Homeless Services data dashboard provides a quick view into what is happening under the hood regarding homeless services within our city. Take us to the dashboard. And I say that this can be a fast presentation because I would encourage everyone on the council to go to this site and review all the different data that is available that is updated monthly. The first page provides a quick overview of the point-in-time counts and how our city has fared with the number of reported homeless individuals over time. Also of interest is the understanding that Santa Ana has the highest number of permanent supportive housing units. That's county-wide. 44% decrease in sheltered and unsheltered homeless populations in Santa Ana since 2019. 17% of the unsheltered and sheltered homeless populations are residing in Santa Ana still. 41% of the unsheltered population in Orange County have substance abuse issues, and 29% of our unsheltered population in Orange County still have mental health issues. Page 2. A review of page 2 provides an overview of types of housing opportunities within our city, such as permanent supportive housing, shelter beds, and tenant-based vouchers.
I'm sorry, Ken, can I ask you, are those flyers? It's not in, Okay, I don't have it, so my computer doesn't work.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. So, no. So these are from the actual Santa Ana webpage itself, okay? So by going to page 2, you'll be able to see all the different investments that the city has made into our different housing opportunities and vouchers. Subsequently, on page 3, we provide an update on the census information at our navigation center. It shows comparative data month to month. As council was interested previously how we were faring month to month, we've added that so that now at a glance, council as well as anyone in our community can see that on 3/16/2023, we had 157 people in our shelter. As of 4/16/2023, we're down to 150. We also go through the various different demographics with a specific care paid to where our families, number of parents, and children are as it relates to residing at our navigation center. The 4th page shows both last year's and the most current outreach and engagement efforts for CityNet for this year. So on the left, you'll see what last year's data looked like, and then you'll see the most recent week of CityNet activity within the city. This is updated every week so that you can see whether or not the areas that you're concerned about are having calls for service placed to CityNet or city apps placed for their responses. The 5th page is a heat map. And if you can zoom in a little bit, Assistant City Manager, sir. These are app requests on a citywide level. The lighter the color, meaning yellow, or the more yellow the color, the more hot that hotspot is. And then we move down to reds and purples. Now, through that, we get an opportunity to see where over time we see the most calls for service, requests for service via the My Santa Ana app. However, if you also click on the lower right-hand button, you click there, you will see that you can actually also see just homeless services by numbers. So you click the top, click that, and you'll see various different numbers that are occurring throughout the city over time. Now just click the arrows again. There you go. This is just an example of the information that you have and that our community does have at its fingertips as it pertains to where the city's resources regarding homelessness are occurring. The 6th page of the data dashboard reflects an unduplicated number of individuals entered into what is referred to as HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System. This information is provided to the county via the Homeless HMIS system. It is then put into the larger HMIS system and comes out via reports from 211. This is their standard report that we have tweaked to meet the needs of what we believe are council members' questions. And we encourage you all to go to it, look at it, let us know if there are any things that are not in there that we might be able to have 211 add so that your needs will be met. Next page. We've also discussed over time the intersection between narcotics and homelessness. As homelessness continues to grow in California and tops the list for the state with the largest homeless population, as of 2022, 30% of the nation's homeless resided in California, including half of all unsheltered individuals, despite making up less than 12% of the total population. The 2022 point-in-time count for Orange County showed that 41% of the unsheltered population on our city streets has substance abuse problems. The link between homelessness and substance abuse isn't new. When most people picture the homeless of America, they usually conjure images of a middle-aged man, complete with a brown paper bag concealing a cheap bottle of booze. Yet 40% of our homeless population in the U.S. is comprised of people under the age of 18, and many of them abuse opioids like fentanyl. Many homeless people find themselves in their current situation due to that addiction. Concurrently, people who are homeless might turn to drugs or alcohol while living on the streets as a form of self-medication. In California, the homeless population has seen a visual explosion in drug problems since the pandemic began. Back in 2020, the drug overdose rate in California jumped by 20%. Fentanyl, the synthetic opioid making its way west, accounted for 36% of those deaths, and many of those deaths were among adolescents. So to answer the question, what is an opioid? Opioids are a broad group of pain-relieving drugs that work by interacting with opioid receptors in the human body. When opioid medications travel through your body and attach to opioid receptors in your brain cells, the cells release signals that muffle your perceptions of pain and boost your feelings of pleasure. At lower doses, opioids may make you feel sleepy, but higher doses can slow your breathing, heart rate, and cause death. In 2021, there were 8,908 opioid-related drug overdose deaths in the state of California. In comparison, there were 2,203 murders in California during that same time period. Thus, opioid overdoses cause more deaths, 4 times more deaths, than murders within our state. According to the new county report, more homeless people in Orange County are dying each year, and accidental drug overdoses involving fentanyl are the leading reason why. In 2012, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recorded 1,615 overdose deaths in the U.S., all of those linked to fentanyl. By 2021, the number of deaths due to synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl, was more than 71,000. In 2021, 36% of the deaths of all homeless people in the county were directly linked to fentanyl. That was an additional 8% that were linked to overdoses involving other drugs. Most recently, the Homeless Outreach Team, or COLT, has been working on addressing some of the narcotics issues that we see. Here you'll see that over the course of the last year, they took 37.20 grams of fentanyl, 188 grams of fentanyl, 32 grams of heroin, 3,160 grams of marijuana, 711 grams of methamphetamine. Just today, our homeless outreach team working on what were referred to as warrant sweeps, as they evaluated different hotspots and arrested individuals for warrants. They arrested 19 people. 4 of those people were in possession of narcotics, and a single person was arrested for possession for sales of narcotics within that homeless community. The last thing we'd like to talk about very quickly today is Care Court. Care Court should be coming to California within the next 2 years. Orange County has been selected as one of the locations to begin Care Court. To keep this brief, civil liberties unions have already become involved in discussing whether or not Care Court will move forward and what it will look like. So we're all rather hesitant to say when we actually believe it will come to the county. But I think everybody involved in homelessness is waiting with bated breath to see whether or not this might be the answer to some of our mental health issues that we see on a daily basis. Understanding that you guys have already been here a long time, if you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me at any time, and I will answer your questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the council? Ken, I want to thank you because it's very important. I know that community members are watching at home because I've heard from many constituents, and I know there is a site they can go to on the city, but they do appreciate the information, and so do I. And thank you for all the work you and your team do. Thank you. All righty, at this time, we're going to go to the consent calendar items 7 through 20 are before us. Council members, please announce any items you will be abstaining from due to a conflict. Are there any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion? Councilman Vasquez. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
20, please.
20. Councilman Penalosa.
No items, Mayor.
Councilmember Ty Fan.
None.
Councilmember Becerra.
None.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, item 9.
I'm sorry?
Item 9?
9, thank you. No abstentions? May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote. And my machine does not work. So, Jennifer, we may have to do a roll call. Mine doesn't work at all. Oh, well, maybe it does. Let's try it. Let's see if it does. Did it work?
If you could voice your vote, Mayor Mescua.
I'm a yes.
Okay. And Councilmember Fan?
It worked for me, yes.
Motion carries with 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to item number 9, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mescua. I want to thank my colleagues and members of the public for participating in today's council meeting. And I would also like to thank my colleagues for bringing this item forward. I want to start by congratulating the nominee, Nadine Saeed. If you are here, congratulations. I wanted to pull this item because I am not ready to make a vote today. I would like to ask my colleagues to bring this item back at a later date. I do have some questions that I would like to ask the candidate. Respectfully, this is not the platform to do so, so I would like to respectfully schedule some time to meet with that candidate to ask questions pertaining to this commission, as well as learn about their qualifications. So I will put a motion on the floor to move the item.
I second. I'll go ahead and sub-motion to approve the candidate.
I'll second the Councilmember Becerra's motion, but before I do that, Madam, believe item 9 was pulled?
Yes.
Was 7 pulled as well?
No, it was 9 and 20.
Yeah, that's, so we voted on 7 already.
Yes, we
correct?
did.
Yeah. So 9.
Councilmember Penalosa, item number 7 was excused absences.
I just clicked on something else. Never mind. Ignore me. Apologies. But yes, I'll still second the Councilmember Becerra's motion.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay. So you're the second on item number 9?
Yes,
For
on
the amended
Councilmember Becerra's
motion.
motion for.
Okay, great. All right. So there's a amended motion on the floor. We're going to vote. All right, let's do that, please.
It's a sub-motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded
correct.
by Councilmember Penalosa to approve the nomination of Nadine Syed by Councilmember Becerra to the Police Oversight Commission.
Yes, and I can't vote on my device, so.
Go ahead and do a roll call then.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Out of fairness, no.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
Motion fails, 3 yes votes by Mayor Amescua, Councilmembers Becerra and Penaloza. The nomination is not approved at this time. We can go back to the first motion to continue the item, and would that be to the next meeting, Councilmember Hernandez, or?
Yes, please. Yeah, I would be happy to have this item come back at the next meeting. My office will reach out to the candidate to schedule time to meet. At the end of the day, we welcome people with different perspectives, but my office wants to do due diligence in respectfully meeting with the candidate, and we congratulate them on their nomination.
That's fine. I think, Madam City Manager, we should have a discussion and place this on the agenda as to how we're going to move forward with nominations, because what I don't want to get into is, because what happened the last meeting, now everybody that makes a motion for a commissioner, that they go through this whole interview process. We've never done that before, at least that I know of. I mean, I just arrived here, but historically, like I shared with you back in 2008, I was a commissioner back in 2007 and 2005. So I just want to be sure if everybody's okay. We need to find a way so that we're not doing it here on the dais, possibly, or if we are going to do it here on the dais, that's something that we talk about as a group. So I'll leave it up to you how you want to do this, but we should talk about this, so, because I don't know what's going to happen the next time maybe Councilman Vasquez or myself or another council member brings up a person to be appointed to a commission, and then we have to do this interview process. And I'm not disagreeing with Councilman Hernandez, I just would like a process in place.
Certainly, I'll work with the city clerk and we'll try to streamline it, but I believe Councilmember Hernandez's request was just to have some time so he could meet with the individual in private, not do a session in the open.
No, I heard him say that. I just want to make sure that we have something in place so that if the next commissioner that comes up, we don't keep doing this.
And if
that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Amescua. And I fully concur. My goal is to meet with the candidate in a very timely manner. Given that there is an alignment and this is a qualified, great candidate, I will look forward to supporting them. But to be transparent, every appointment that comes on this commission, you can assure that my office will engage in transparency. So I want to be transparent with my colleagues. Every appointment that comes on this commission, I will respectfully do that. So if you are looking to appoint, please engage in transparency.
So what I'm hearing you say is that every recommendation for the Police Oversight Commission,
correct,
you would like to meet with them personally?
Yes.
And that is why I'm saying maybe there's a process that we can have instead of taking up, maybe just not you, maybe there's other members who want to meet with them too. I don't know. So we could talk about that. Yes, Councilman Becerra?
No, and thank you, Mayor Mesco. That's exactly it. If we're going to go ahead and pull each nomination and then want to interview them, I think we should try to do it in a way that we all get that fair share to do it, make sure that we have the time. In fact, maybe it's probably better to circulate the nomination among the council, work through our aides to set up the meetings, and go ahead and go from there.
Certainly, sir, and I will work on that. I was just mentioning, I believe you still have a motion before you.
Yes, we do have a motion. I just wanted to see if we can get something done.
We can still have discussion on the motion. That's just, again, just to make sure that if we're going to go that way going forward, that's great. But let's just, rather than keep doing it hodgepodge, let's just try to make it a consistent path going forward.
And we can talk about it afterwards. Does that work for you?
Certainly, and I like the suggestion from Councilmember Becerra about circulating the names to you well in advance, but that would also entail you providing us the names well in advance.
That's great.
In order to do that.
I support that as well. Perfect. Okay, great. So, I'm sorry.
Just really quick. And I don't mind interviewing any of the candidates that come forward. I think that's fine. But I just also, along those same lines, is let's be proactive. The agenda was posted a week ago. So we had 7 days to reach out to the candidate, vet them, whoever they are. but I don't mind the interviews for any candidate coming forward whatsoever. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments?
Just a closing comment?
Councilman.
I just want to say that I am fully in support of Ms. Saeed. I know that she is an attorney who has done a lot of work in the minority community and was a Woman of the Year nominated and awarded by Senator Umberg. However, I voted yes on Councilmember Hernandez's submotion to give him the opportunity and a fair chance to meet with this candidate. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, and I just wanted to mention that, I would have liked the opportunity to meet with the candidate, but 7 days is not a sufficient amount of time to schedule. So the appropriate area to address and make these comments is here at the dais. So I appreciate the opportunity and ready to take a vote.
All right, I think the vote was already done.
No, Mayor, we do still need to vote on the original motion.
Go ahead.
Moved by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez to continue the appointment until the next meeting, which is May 2nd. Councilmember Becerra?
My device is working. Are we not voting?
Mine is not, that's why it has to be a roll call. I pushed it and it doesn't work.
So, Madam Clerk, I'm a yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Yes. Mayor Mescua?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Item is continued to May 2nd.
Perfect, thank you. Item 20, please.
Thank you. I don't have an issue with the item, so I'm going to move it forward. However, because of the changes that are going to be implemented to the solar panel process.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, can you speak your mic? I can't really hear you.
Sure.
Thank
So
you.
because of the changes that are going to be implemented to the solar panel process, I wanted to ask if we could push out that information to our residents so that they're aware that they can take advantage of the current system in place before the changes at the state level happen. Thank you. So I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Yes, Mayor. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Penaloza to approve item number 20. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Mescua?
Yes.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Great, let's head on to the business calendar at this time. Item 20, number 21 is the first reading of an ordinance amending section 8.6 of the municipal code. Madam City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
So we don't have a presentation for this item. It's, as you just said, you stated what it is, but we do have our planning director available if you have any questions for him.
I don't have any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Let's prepare to vote.
I have none. I'll make a motion to approve item 21.
I'll second.
Seconded. Let's prepare to vote, please.
Motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Fan, to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend section 8.6 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code pertaining to license requirements of contractors and subcontractors to include the collection and disclosure of information regarding pending or prior enforcement actions for any state or federal labor violations. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Mescua?
Yes.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Ordinance goes to first reading and publication.
Perfect, thank you. Item number 22,
So-
early direction for fiscal year of 23-24 budget cycle. Madam City Manager?
So on this
Staff
one,
report?
Mayor, we do have a presentation for you. So
All right.
even though this is the first time we're coming before you to discuss the budget for 23-24, staff in all departments and primarily within the finance department have been very busy working behind the scenes to start the process to prepare the proposed budget, as well as also engaging the community. So our finance director, Kat Downs, is going to walk through. There is no action items associated with this. However, we are looking for input on a few key areas.
Madam City Manager, may I ask a question since I can't say I'm new anymore, right? But from the budget cycle, I know we're going to have a budget meeting. I saw it on the calendar. So we're going to start here, have the budget meeting. There'll be multiple budget meetings, correct?
There will be, and we do have a slide that has the process and the
Okay.
schedule of those for you.
And then, and maybe it's on here, I apologize if it is, the input from the community will be included in all of this.
It is, and we do have that to share with you tonight.
Perfect, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So the staff has been working on the budget for several months now, but this is your official kickoff for the budget process for fiscal year 23-24. This is an overview of the City Council's annual budget cycle. Tonight's meeting is the 4 o'clock position on the graphic, which is your a chance to offer early direction to us. Tonight, we're providing you with an early look at the 23-24 budget, and we seek your direction on several matters. There are no formal City Council actions requested this evening, but the direction that you will provide will help us wrap up the City Manager's proposed budget for next fiscal year. This year, we increased outreach yet again to gather public input. We have an online survey and the budget engagement simulation tools. In addition to neighborhood meetings in every ward, our budget staff attended multiple city events and virtual forums. To date, we've received nearly 1,100 responses, which is 300 more than when this presentation was published, so that 796 up at the top of the slide has grown significantly. The trending themes are listed here, which include investing in homelessness reduction, investing in crime reduction, improving city parks, improving streets and traffic, and investing in libraries. The Measure X Citizens Oversight Committee prepared budget recommendations for the City Council as part of their annual work program. The recommendations are to favor one-time spending for Measure X revenue, consider programs to use community-based professionals versus sworn officers to respond to nonviolent police calls, explore establishing a Measure X Sunset Stabilization Fund, prepare a long-term plan for Measure X rate reduction, shift Measure X revenue to fixing streets, and increase sales tax compliance for mobile food vendors through registration and education efforts. Our estimate of general fund revenue for fiscal year 23-24 is $399.8 million. Now, this is only $500,000 or 0.1% increase from fiscal year 22-23. This estimate is subject to change over the next couple of months as we receive more updated information. Sales tax, including both Bradley Burns and Measure X, is 40% of general fund budget. We have found that sales activity is plateauing and have used the most likely scenario from our sales tax consultant. Due to higher interest rates, we are not seeing many properties change ownership. Normally, change in ownership and the reassessed value of parcels gives our property tax revenue a boost. This year, we expect the property tax revenue increase to be closer to the maximum 2% growth imposed by Proposition 13. To date, we have received only 2 months of cannabis tax returns since the new rates became effective on January 1st. For now, we are assuming an $8 million reduction in revenue. With your May budget reports, we will have to tighten up our estimate with only 3 months of data. The business license voter ballot measure was designed to be revenue neutral. So far, that looks to be the case, so we are assuming no change in revenue. With more data, we may be able to update that revenue estimate. Next month, we also plan to propose a 4.1% fee increase based upon the expected increase of employee compensation. Now, this includes labor negotiations, increases to the cost of existing benefits, and normal employee step increases. The remainder of our general fund revenues may increase by about 3.8% overall. As part of the budget process, we calculate a baseline budget. You might call this the status quo budget because it is based on current service levels and known increases to our existing costs. We start with the current year budget and remove one-time items. Then we add full funding for items added during the current year with only partial funding. So a common example of that is addition of new employee positions approved throughout the year. We factor in the employee compensation increases and adjust for actual required debt payments. We've maintained the same pension debt budget, so after we make the required bond payments and CalPERS payments, the remainder of that budget would be transferred to the Pension Stabilization Fund to pay for future spikes in pension debt. I'll touch more on that concept later in the presentation. Finally, we update our overhead allocations and factor in the contract increases for both fire and ambulance services. The cost of fire service is expected to increase 4.5% for the next fiscal year. Our estimated baseline budget is $397.3 million. The proposed budget will be higher due to increasing service levels and costs that were not factored into the baseline. So an example of this is $200,000 for annual licensing for the city's new land management system used by both Public Works and Planning and Building. The city manager's proposed budget will also include some one-time spending recommendations. This is our updated 10-year outlook for the general fund. It includes this baseline budget calculated for year one, which is fiscal year 23-24 in this case. It includes future debt payoff, the Measure X rate decrease in 2029, CPI increases for both revenue and expenditures for years 2 through 10, and our contribution to the OC streetcar operations beginning in year 2, which is fiscal year 24-25. This outlook does not include the potential impact of future recession, new services, or potential new revenue from development. This updated outlook reflects our latest estimates of little to no revenue growth for fiscal year 23-24. If the revenue outlook improves, that 2029 budget gap when the Measure X rate decreases, that gap will shrink. I noted previously that the proposed budget would include some one-time spending recommendations. The funding for these items is the spendable general fund balance. Our estimated general fund balance is $101.5 million at June 30 of this year. However, the City Council's reserve policy requires us to keep 18% of annual revenue in reserve. Therefore, the spendable portion of the general fund balance is estimated to be $29.5 million. As reported with mid-year, the proposed 23-24 budget will include the city's $13 million contractual requirement to provide a loan to the 3rd and Broadway development. At mid-year, we also reported a gas tax revenue decrease, and Council approved a $2.5 million general fund backfill to preserve right-of-way maintenance service levels. For fiscal year 23-24, we expect the gas tax revenue shortfall will be closer to $700,000, and this is information provided by the League of California Cities Fiscal Policy Advisor. The city may expect to spend $1 million for 2 special elections related to recall. The cost of a climate action plan may be about $750,000. And there is a need for another general fund subsidy to the downtown parking enterprise due to free parking and reduced rates. In addition to these items, the city manager will recommend other one-time spending of the estimated remaining $12.2 million available. City event spending is highly discretionary, so we wanted to provide you with the actual spending for the most recent event, along with estimated attendance. For the Winter Village event, the amount presented here is net of ticket sales. Excuse me. I must note a last-minute correction we received from Parks and Recreation. Actually, I have a couple of them. There was a vendor invoice attributed to both Juneteenth and 4th of July, but it did include spending for other items as well. Therefore, the slide you see displayed is updated from the one that you received in your agenda packet. I will also note that the 5K, 10K event this weekend is expected to have more than 2,700 participants, which is a significant increase from last year, and I have a correction on that as well. The estimated attendance for last year was approximately 1,600 people, which would result in a cost per participant of $37.47. So it would be helpful to get any city council direction for event spending, especially considering that general fund revenue is expected to be fairly flat, yet the city does have cost increases in other areas. The unfunded employee pension liability cost reduction policy states that the City Council will consider additional discretionary payments towards the pension debt during each annual budget process. As noted previously, our baseline budget includes the same level of pension debt funding as we've had for the last 2 years. So the question before you tonight that you can provide direction on is, should we include any additional discretionary payments from the $12.2 million of one-time money noted on a previous slide? At this time, we believe the existing level of pension debt funding is sufficient, and we are not making any staff recommendations to add more. This is a quick reminder of the overall pension debt strategy approved by City Council. The red line is our existing level of pension debt funding. The yellow bars are required payments to CalPERS, and the gray bars are required bond payments. Staff expects to continue transferring the difference between required payments and the budget to the Pension Debt Stabilization Fund so we can afford to make higher payments in future years. Keep in mind that this outlook will change for future years once CalPERS factors in the 6.1% investment lost from fiscal year 21-22 and actual investment performance for this year. Through December, CalPERS investment performance is fairly flat, meaning no significant gain or loss on the portfolio. However, the CalPERS numbers presented in this chart assume a 6.8% rate of return on their investments. As I mentioned previously, based on only 2 months of data, we are assuming an $8 million cannabis tax revenue reduction. If that assumption holds, then the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund will be upside down by more than $700,000, and the fund balance available for one-time spending would be reduced to less than $500,000. We plan to continue to fine-tune this draft budget as we obtain more cannabis tax data. And of course, we welcome any direction from City Council for the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund. We wanted to give you a heads up that your 23-24 proposed budget will include the new rent stabilization program. This will be accounted for in a separate restricted money fund to be paid for with a new fee. By June, community development staff will bring forward detailed recommendations for the new program. The 23-24 proposed budget may also include spending related to the $9 million grant from the state for modernization of the Civic Center. Most of the money will be used for acquisition of the state building at 28 Civic Center Plaza and related costs. Receipt of the funding will also enable us to fulfill Senator Umberg's request to provide $1.5 million of direct assistance to downtown businesses. To date, we have received $1.1 million of restricted money from opioid legal settlements. The priority spending restrictions are listed on this slide and include medication, treatment, and prevention activities. And of course, we welcome City Council direction if there is spending preferences in that list of eligible costs. The next steps in the budget process are listed here. Both of your regular meetings in May will include budget work sessions, May 2nd and 16th. We have also identified May 11th as the date for an optional dedicated workshop. And so, of course, we would like to hear from City Council if they'd like us to continue to hold May 11th for that special meeting. That concludes my prepared presentation. We're happy to answer any questions and take direction from the City Council for any spending program, including those not presented this evening. Your direction tonight will help us wrap up the proposed budget for 23-24.
All right, so if you'd like to speak, please let me know. Don't just shout out. So let's, I'll work my way. Councilman Vasquez, comments?
Thank you.
I can come back to you.
Okay.
Anybody want to speak first? Any comments? No? Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kat and Christine, I know, and everybody actually, all of staff, especially finance. You guys have all been working overtime to get this information put together for us. And I've been to a couple of your budget meetings, so I appreciate the thoroughness that you've had at those meetings. Just a couple things that I want to highlight is that I am happy to say that I'm in full agreement with the initial public input that you received. It brings back that emphasis on the core responsibilities of our city. Investing in crime reduction programs, library investments, street maintenance, traffic improvements, improving city parks, and addressing the homeless crisis that has plagued our city for decades. So I'm happy to see that these things are highlighted and that we're paying attention to the residents of the city, because this is what I hear every single day is fix our streets, fix our parks, address the homeless issue and library investments, which I'm happy that we're doing. We still got a long ways to go, but I'm happy that these things are in this PowerPoint presentation so that the public understands that we are listening and we are addressing these numerous issues. A couple minor things that I just want to throw out there now that I would like to see as we move forward through this budget process, and I'm hoping that my colleagues would agree, is a couple minor things, particular to our board and commissions at the city. I know I've mentioned this to the city manager before. They currently receive a $50 stipend. I would like to see that doubled to make that $100. It's been $50 for a very long time, and I know that as with the inflation and how tough times are getting, I would hope that we, it's becoming harder and harder for people to want to, it's still, even though it's a $50 stipend or $100, whatever it would be, it's still a volunteer. I don't consider that a pay, and I don't think anyone out there would be doing this for, $50. I mean, it's not worth the time for, I hear a lot of people wanting to participate, but they see the time commitment. A lot of these meetings go on for hours, and it's getting harder for people to put that time together. So I'd like to see that doubled. Like I said, $50 to $100, what we currently offer. I would also like to start having that conversation. I brought it up before about spay and neutering in our city, and I think it's when I'm thinking of how can we fund a program like this to be able to provide low-cost vaccination and neutering reimbursements, whether it's on their dog licensing program or through other ways, is thinking of how often we get these calls for cats and the amount of emails I get regarding cats that are living on the streets and populating like no other, and the code enforcement problem that they're causing. We spend a lot of resources trying to address this issue. We spend a lot of money with the county and their animal control contract that we have with them. I think if we were to start addressing the root cause of this, which is spay and neutering, which a lot of our residents cannot afford. It's pricey. I neutered my dog 5 years ago, and that was like $400. So I know it could get pricey when you're looking at these things. So I want to see how we could have that conversation of having that in our budget and be able, obviously not for everybody, but if they're, for low-income residents, whoever can qualify, we would try to help and find the way that we could help with that. The other questions I have is with this opioid settlement presentation that you guys showed us. Very troubling, and I want to make sure that the public sees this proposed settlement with the opioid. By moving forward with this, I can guarantee you that homelessness in the city will increase. By us taking advantage of the settlement, we're getting, yes, $11 million. That sounds amazing, but we're restricted in what we could use it. And we have to now, with these monies, provide these services that are going to bring more homeless to our city and serve as a magnet. One of the things listed on here, and I don't know if, Madam City Manager, if you want to address it or not, is one of the bullet points is syringe service programs. We have an ordinance that prohibits the needle exchange programs in our city. And I brought that forward 3-4 years ago because we saw what the program like that was doing to our libraries, our playgrounds, our parks. And we were seeing hundreds of used syringes littered throughout the city because there was no control over how these needles were being distributed in our community. And now you're asking us here, one of the options to be able to spend this money is syringe service programs. Can you help me, City Manager? What exactly does that mean?
Certainly, Council Member, we're not recommending any of these. This is the list, what's allowable for those funds. So we're just trying to educate you on what you can use the money for. We're not saying you should use the money on one or more of these bullets, but this is the restrictions that the funds do come with.
Okay. I know that, and Madam City Attorney, please throw something at me if I start teetering towards that Brown Act closed session violation, but I know that in the initial memo, one of the options that, am I allowed to say one of the options that was?
Yeah, to the extent that you're talking about eligible funding,
okay.
That's not a violation of closed session.
One of the options that was listed in the official memo was homelessness. I believe homeless shelters were included as part of that, what we could use, but I don't see that listed on here. So is there a reason why that was omitted?
This list is these are the priority action items. So there are more eligible costs, but these are the ones that the settlement terms give priority to. That's all.
Okay, so when this comes before us again, when we continue to have this dialogue, I want to make sure that all possible ways where we could spend this money is made public, and so that we all know exactly what we could and how much wiggle room we have to spend this money. Because I would hate to say, yes, send us this money, but now we're stuck offering these services that we've been fighting so hard to control in this city. Not because they're bad services or they're bad programs. I want to make sure that the public understands that we're also dealing with the County of Orange and the other 33 plus cities that, for not all of them, I should say 27, that mainly South County, that have refused for years to provide any of these types of services to the shared responsibility that we all carry. So what happens? Santa Ana, Anaheim, Garden Grove become the only cities in the county that say, hey, Costa Mesa, we'll help, we'll do our share, and that creates this magnet to Central County of all the region's homeless people coming to our cities for services, and we shouldn't carry that burden. And I know we've all said that before, so I want to make sure that is included. Mayor, that is it for now. There are a couple other staffing issues that I have pertaining to downtown. So I want to make sure that we have this dialogue if we move forward. But for now, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the public input, and I'm really happy to see library investments in there. I'm an educator, and I like to see libraries, especially in the area of Ward 2 or accessible to the ward, where children in that area, that's really concentrated part of the city, and the needs for a library. I mean, we don't all have options or family that goes to college, but I know the students at in this area, the young people, are in need of libraries, in need of books. I have collected, I didn't do it. Some of my students collected 2,000 books for many libraries for across the city. They're called Libraries for Santana, and they want, not only do they help the many libraries, they're also wanting more libraries in Santa Ana. And I have all these books in my class, and I'm all, kids, who wants a free book? And they go and pick up books, and they're reading. So books it's not a thing of the past. Kids are actually picking up, kids that go to Valley High School in Santa Ana love their books. And I love the investment in crime reduction, and it's more gang prevention programs, and I would appreciate that we could look like to a group like Kinship that does good work. The fund the after-school programs, the PAL program, the little girls were amazing, but I'm also, again, looking at something cost-effective, and I don't know the cost of the PAL program, but as long as they're all good, if it's cost-effective, I'm good with it. I know I was looking at the city events, and I know Noche de Altares is cost $1 per person, as opposed to the cost that we have here for like up to $100 a cost per person. There's events that the community puts on that we may be able to support as well. The investment in homeless reduction program, we are all, I think the whole council wants to see some help where we could incorporate housing with the workforce unit and making sure we get people back on their feet when we can help them, and also, as mentioned, with the drug use as well. City parks is always an added bonus to Santa Ana. We need more green spaces, so I would greatly appreciate more green parks. And that's also we can have. Do we have a city liaison to the school district, just because of the resources that we have and the great work that you do in the city? If those resources are connected to the school and the face, I mean, Ms. Zamuesqua opened up health centers and has one center at every school, and she's a community organizer at the school. And if we could connect somebody to them to get us all the resources that we have here to get to them, would be great, because the school district should be a partner of ours, and we should be well connected and funneling the resources to there, especially to that program that we have at Santa Ana Unified. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Vasquez. Anybody else? Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Thank you, Catherine Downs, for the presentation. It's always a good day when we're having a conversation about investing in our community. So I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Peñalosa. Many of our residents have reached out to my office, residents in Ward 5, and they shared concerns about properties that have, large amounts of cats that are living, in and around the premises, and they don't have owners, and that's heartbreaking. These are beautiful animals. So I am supportive of seeing us fund a trap and release program for animals. I know that's something that we used to fund back in the day. I also am supportive of us funding and providing vouchers for families to get their pets vaccinated and neutered or spayed. I know that is a program that we formerly had here in Santa Ana. I'm supportive of that. As we talk about the growing demand of services, I want to thank our library director, Brian Sternberg, for his out of the box thinking. And Brian recently at Garfield opened our first teen center. He shortly then after brought the teen center to El Salvador Park. And this exciting collaboration that combines parks and open space and libraries and STEM and reading, that helps us re-envision how do we serve our communities and combine libraries and community centers. So I would actually like to see us allocate funding to create a youth center that would be modeled after what Mr. Brian Sternberg has created in the teen center, but I would imagine an entire center that is devoted to young people. I would also like to see more senior centers throughout our city. I'm very fortunate that in Ward 5 we have a senior center, but there is a growing demand for seniors. Santa Ana is a multi-generational community where people who own homes here, very rarely do they sell them. So it's important that we prepare ourselves for the future. Something that I have been hearing in my district is seniors have advocated to see more breakfast programs that are not just on wheels, but breakfast programs that have a home. So I would propose to see, it would have been great to see a collaboration, a public-private partnership between, entities that are in the neighborhood. But if we can, I think a shift would be utilizing some of our community centers as some breakfast programs for seniors and families. Furthermore, I would like to support the community's demands to fund Fiestas Patrias. I know we already have it on our budget. I'd like to support their demands to bring it back to downtown Santa Ana. I have also met with merchants in downtown Santa Ana who have shared that the Noche de Altares event is an event that is important to the thread of Santa Ana. There are residents and businesses, and this is one of those events where I had people on every single side tell me this event needs to stay in downtown Santa Ana. And more importantly, they wanted El Centro Cultural to be the organization that is spearheading it. They were the founders of the Noche de Altares event, so I support the community's demands to see it in downtown. I also want to place emphasis on our Public Works Department. I would like to see funding for Public Works. Director Nabil Saba has done a tremendous job, not only ensuring that our streets are paved, our sidewalks are clean, but now he's in charge of maintaining parks. So having robust funding there is an essential service. Some streets that are going to require attention in Ward 5 are going to be Rate Street between Civic Center and Washington, 5th Street between Rate and Fairview. The streetcar impacted residents in Artesia Pilar. Much of the attention came to the downtown Santa Ana area, but residents who live by La Placita Cinco are impacted by construction and debris. And so this is a street that desperately needs to be repaved. It's the only one that hasn't been fixed. So it would be important for us to get that done. Maybe that's a conversation that we include OCTA in. Perhaps that could be an area of opportunity for collaboration. I also want to highlight Civic Center. We have our City Hall. This is the center of Orange County. We need to fix Civic Center. From Bristol all the way down to Flower, that street is badly cracked. It presents a lot of mobility issues for drivers, and it is the center of the county. If there's a street that should be a shining example of what Santa Ana looks like, it's got to be Civic Center, or as many residents back in the day knew it, Calle Ocho. I also want to place an emphasis on investing in youth. We are the youngest city in Orange County, per capita age 13 to 24. Last year, youth reached out to us here at the City Council asking for us to fund the Catalina trip that we used to fund. It's important that we support youth and meet them where they're at. I would like to see the City Council fund the Catalina Youth Excursion trip and bring it back. That would be monumental. I would like to see our Parks and Recreation Department see the largest increase that they've ever had. This department has made leaps and bounds in our neighborhoods. They are preventing crime by proactively keeping our parks lit and providing programming more than I've ever seen. So we have a director for the first time that is very grassroots and believes in funding these activities. So we need to keep them busy. Let's get them more funding for teen excursions. Last year, kids went to Knott's Berry Farm, kids went to San Diego Zoo. This is how our dollars should be working. If we want to keep our streets safe, give kids places where they can be kids. I also want to further the comments and the advocacy from Councilmember Vasquez to see more library funding. Brian Sternberg is a blessing to our city. We need to get that man as much funding for his department as possible. So I know that we have, and kudos to Councilmember Peñalosa for Delhi, being a host to the library. Let's get that organization some funding. Let's get the funding over to our library director to make sure that Delhi is equipped and well-funded. I want to make sure that I also touch base on Parks and Recreation and thinking out of the box. I would like to see our Parks and Recreation department elaborate their partnerships with community. A good example would be our Parks and Recreation department is uniquely tasked to address intervention and prevention. Very much, they are one of the most effective leaders of it in our community. I think it would be transformative for Parks and Rec in our community centers to partner with nonprofit organizations that do address violence, domestic violence, sexual violence, and crime, and gang violence. To partner with nonprofits like Project Kinship, Underground Grit, Neutral Ground, and to have a community interventionist at our community centers and a community health worker. Two different areas of focus, one being health, one committed to addressing issues, the other being a community health worker that focuses on violence intervention, case management. These are nonprofits that are already working in our community. What a beautiful bridge that we can build. So I would like to see funding so that we can get that done. This completes my first round of comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job with the staff. I know I sent you several emails, as I normally do. I do want to say that I was at one of the public input kind of workshops, and that was really wonderful and showing residents how to use the tool. So I look forward to seeing even more responses. I also want to say that with these top 5 areas that residents want us to focus on, we're actually focusing on. Yeah, I see Madam City Manager nodding her head, and it's because it's true. We talk about investing in homeless reduction programs. We, I believe, spend more money than any other city, as we heard with Mr. Gominski, who said we have more wraparound services, affordable housing projects to support those who are homeless more than any other city in the county, and we continue to do our job in that space. City parks, first bullet, city should acquire vacant lots, properties to expand existing parks and create new parks and dog parks. I believe, right, we have items that were on real property negotiation. We had a Congress member who has dedicated his policies and work to helping the city expand our parks and public open space, which is, I think, monumental because at the end of the day, we talk pretty much every meeting about how we're so park poor and there's nowhere else to grow or get more open space. And this is an opportunity for us to get open space. And I look forward to working with all of our legislators for that, as well as parks maintenance. We're getting new restrooms. I'm just really excited about that. So I want to support those priorities. Similarly, with the crime reduction programs, we have voted to expand PAL. I do agree that we have more crime prevention programs, but I do know many are in the pipeline, including our graffiti arts program and other work. For funding after-school and educational programs for youth, I recently spoke at Los Amigos High School, which is in the Garden Grove Unified School District, and most of their students are from Santa Ana. And I would like for us not only to work with Santa Ana Unified School District, which has a $1 billion budget, that's B, like, Austin Powers, which is pretty much, almost 3 times the size of our general fund budget. And so I would like to see that they continue to expand those after-school programs rather than have after-school programs have to sell fireworks to fund student activities. I support continued street maintenance. I know that we've allocated additional funding for potholes because of the rain, and so just With that, I also want to say thanks to staff. I'm seeing those additional Clean Streets trash cans. I urge our residents to use them more often, more frequently, and I look forward to them getting emptied out more often. But it is really nice to see them as we're walking. And libraries. I know we just approved another $439,000 for another bookmobile. We're we're investing in New Hope Library and others. So just great job overall, y'all. As to some of the other items, I also want to talk about the opioid program, because I was looking that, so the items that you have listed for the opioid settlement are items that are given priority, but I believe that under the settlement provisions, we can also prioritize populations that are mostly affected by this. So I think that might be where my colleague might have mentioned homelessness and whatnot, because they are more affected by these programs. Of this list, I do understand my colleague's concern. However, we are already doing these services, but we are using our general fund dollars. And so if we're gonna get free money, I'm not gonna say no to that. And I'd like for us to focus on opioid treatment programs. Fun fact, those treatment programs do not have to be in Santa Ana. If the treatment program is in LA, if it's in Rancho Palos Verdes, if it's in Riverside, folks can be sent there with this money to get treatment for drug addiction, opioid addiction. I think that would be a wonderful use of it. Our officers are trained to use naloxone to prevent harm to them, as well as anyone that they encounter who might be overdosing on opioids. And, right, it is very expensive, and we have to have that. It is a dangerous situation out there, and they have to have that in case it is needed, and being able to use or pay for that is also going to increase public safety. And then finally, we can use this for treatment of those who are incarcerated. And it's a sad state that the largest drug treatment program in America is prison. And that just makes me really sad. And so I would like to see us help those in our jails get access to these treatments, because they are already there. As to comments that my colleagues made with the event spending, I fully am support of Councilmember Hernandez's support, and I just want to reiterate Fiestas Patrias. It was my first time last year, and it was amazing. I felt like I was at a concert, and it was just really cool to see that community, our community come together, and our neighbors come together, and I would love to see that in downtown. I would love to see us continue to invest in that, because it does draw so many people. I mean, 60,000 is bigger than many cities in the county of Orange. I also want to see us further invest in Chicano heritage. I had the opportunity to learn more about that last year and attend the event. And I think 6,000 was a small number, because I expect this year to probably be 1.5 to 2 times even more. So I'd like for us to invest in that. I would also like to invest and continue to invest in the Mid-Autumn Festival. For our first time, the first ever Asian American Heritage event sponsored by the city. I was so impressed by our relationship with our community members, especially AASCSC, who really partnered with us and brought in a lot of free entertainment, or at least nominal cost entertainment. And I would like to see it bigger. I think one of the things I was most proud of is I think that we were expecting 1,500 people, maybe 1,000, and we had over 3 times that. But I do have concerns, and I would like to hear from my colleagues. Some of these costs are very high per head, and I want to see how we can work better with the community. Maybe it is going to be more advantageous for us to just support an event that is already happening, or find some way to fund an event that is already being done by the community. So for example, Indigenous Peoples Day, I was here last year for a portion of the event, and I completely understand the need to celebrate Indigenous people here in the city. but also we are looking at the costs. How do we spend money in a way that is going to benefit as many people as possible and educate as many people as possible? And I would like to relook at that. Similarly, I think our Juneteenth event was just something that I think our council was very proud of to have. And I know this year is on the way, but again, just looking at the costs in comparison to many of the other events, those are my two items that I'd like to see. How do we, maybe it's just funding a third party, OC Heritage Council, or something where maybe that might be easier to do and more cost effective for the city overall. And I think those are my comments for now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just want to say thank you to staff for continuing to do what our mission says. And every time we begin these discussions about the budget, I read it out loud because I think it's important for us, for us all to keep this in mind, to deliver efficient public services in partnership with our community, which ensures public safety, a prosperous economic environment, opportunities for our youth, and a high quality of life for our residents. So I appreciate the continued investment in our streets and our sidewalks. Since we're all kind of talking about all these items we'd like to see money spent on, I guess I'll jump in and say, well, for Ward 4, I'd like to see some improvements on traffic signals. I know not the sexiest item to request, but there are three intersections where we desperately need some left turn signals, and I'm sure PD can verify that as they're constantly there having to clean up accidents. That would be Flower and Segerstrom, Flower and MacArthur, and Rate and Segerstrom. Also, I know that I would not be able to live it down if I didn't mention the traffic signal over there at Segerstrom Avenue and or Republic Homes. That is something that is absolutely being demanded of me. So I would be remiss not to mention that. And then also too, when we talk about policing, and I will say this, if we have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb to make it happen, then so be it. But we need to start with community-specific police staffing. We need that. So I'm going to say that when we look at the budget, I'm going to be looking to see how that's allocated. So just keep that in mind. But I can go on for another hour talking about all the wonderful things that I would like, all the wish lists. It's like we're on a reality show. If you had $1 million, how would you spend it? Or in this case, $600 million, right? But the reality is, as you showed in some of those projections, we're seeing a potential fee increase. So what you showed on there was a potential 4.1% fee increase. What I'd like to see is how we can mitigate that by controlling our spending. And again, that's not fun. I mean, it sounds way more fun to talk about new parks and new this and new that. But the reality is we probably should tighten our belts because we're going to have to tighten them even more as we start to see the sunset of Measure X and other things. So I hate to be Debbie Downer, but that's just the reality we need to face. It can't all be cutting ribbons on new things. Sometimes we need to just be good fiscal stewards. So cannabis tax rates, I, along with the council, supported reducing them. I'm looking forward to seeing what the projections show as far as where those rates will go. But if they need to be increased, so be it. Again, not something popular to say, but I'm very proud of the fact that we were trying to be one of the most competitive, if not like the beacon for when it came to being cannabis friendly with our establishments, our sales here in Santa Ana. But at the same time, we need to provide these essential services for our residents. And so I'll be looking at the projections that staff provides when it comes to that. I want to thank Councilmember Penaloza for bringing up the opioid settlement spending. And yes, thankfully, we do have an ordinance on the books that prohibits any sort of injection sites here or any sort of needle distributions here in Santa Ana. So with that spending, I do want to be very cautious so that we don't attract more than what others are doing. In fact, what I would ask staff to do as a follow-up on that item is I'd like to know for other cities, because from what I was told was that there are other Orange County cities that have accepted this settlement money. So I'd like to know how they're spending it as well. And then, not to be a complete Debbie Downer, but I'll end it on a positive note, which is, one thing that we should be talking about up here, in addition to how we're going to spend money, is how we can grow revenue. And one thing I would like to do, and this may seem pie in the sky, but I'm going to call it an observation deck in the sky, and that is, I would like to look at putting an observation deck around our iconic water tower. I'm very proud of the fact that yes, Nabil, I said that, and when we were looking at digital billboards to litter that thing, that would have been, I'm sorry, Nabil, it just would have been a terrible idea to have those digital billboards up there. But we have such a beautiful city, and I would just like to know, again, I would like staff to look at how much that could cost, and I would look at that to see how that could be a revenue generator. I think it's something that would be a positive beacon for the city. And I think it's something to at least look into what the investment cost is. I know that we talked about some one-time funds. Let's see if we can make that a reality. I think that would be an amazing, amazing feature for our city. It's something that I think people would come from all around and spend their money here in Santa Ana. So with that, those are my comments right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's almost 11 o'clock, and we're going to go back into closed session. Any final comments? And then I'll close out. You have one too.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, thanks to staff for all the work that you've done. I think in the future, I would like to see, and this is like way in the future, maybe surveys that don't necessarily have pre-formulated responses so the community can really tell folks, or choices, I should say, what they want. My comments are going to be super high level because I want to see the numbers that come back next month. I don't feel great about our position now, and I don't know that it's going to get any better, unfortunately. I remember in 2021 when I looked at the updated 10-year outlook, I don't recall the gap being this, it wasn't, right? So this is not a good position fiscally for us. And so that really worries me. It should worry every single member of this council. And I would want to discuss maybe offline with staff, what are the options that we can begin to discuss or implement or give to our community to decide on, because this is not sustainable. And we're in the red for so many years. And that's a conversation that our residents need to be a part of and that they need to be aware of. I wanted to know from the general fund, it's really unfortunate that we have to, account $1 million for really, for a vengeful political effort that is happening, that is being imposed on our residents. And I really hope that folks here pay attention to that, because that's $1 million that is not going to go into our parks, into renovating our bathrooms, into renovating our sidewalks, potholes, all the things that you hear up here, that you're hearing up here talk about, right? That's $1 million that is being taken away from our community. And so I hope that that changes. But if it doesn't, then that's something that the taxpayers of the city are going to have to pay for, unfortunately. The other issue I wanted to address was I wanted to get more information on the current contract that we have with the county in terms of animal control or neutering services, because if we're paying them, if we're giving them money, I want to understand what is it that we're getting in return. How is it that how many Santa Ana residents have taken advantage of that service? And how do we make sure that people understand that that is something we're already paying for? How would that be different than us, paying for a neutering service? And I believe that the current service now falls under PD, is that correct?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, it's under the Planning and Building Department, and our contract is kind of a shared. We do certain aspects of it, and then we do contract with the county more for just the sheltering services.
Oh, just the shelter, okay. And can you confirm how many employees are with planning?
Total number for the department, or?
Yeah, for animal control. 2?
Oh, just in animal control?
Yeah, that we have in our city.
I believe it's just a handful, but let me get the right number for you.
2? Yeah, okay. And then can you send me information on how many calls you receive? Because I was, Fisher Park residents expressed, as staff knows, in their community budget, that they know that there's only 2 employees and that there was an incident and it took 2 days for them to get support because I think it may default to PD. An officer showed up. There was an incident with coyotes and babies on a premise, and so they have asked me to ask my peers and staff to consider expanding that service and making sure that we hire more folks because we had a really huge coyote issue in our area. We have a cat issue as well. And so we just want to make sure that when people are calling, there's somebody that can assist them then and there, that is aware of the laws, that our residents aren't having to call state agencies like wild fish. I probably said that wrong, but you know what I mean. Yes, thank you. Also, on the opioid settlement, when I think about this, and when I hear people talk about the opioid crisis, I think about, people's lives. And the reason why politicians are talking about this now or passing resolutions or whatnot, it's because people are losing their lives. Parents are losing their kids, and kids are losing their parents to addiction. And so for me, these are options, these are possibilities, these are choices. And if we can be given money to invest in preventative programs, that would be great. It doesn't mean that it has to be for one or the other. But for me, the framing here is how do we help save people's lives? Because people are dying from this addiction. And as Ken said, the majority of people are very young. And so that is an issue that if we are not proactive on, we are only going to see increase in property crime. We are only going to see an increase in homelessness because we always hear it, right? The majority of people in our city that are here that are service resistant are because they're dependent on substance use. So to me, it is not an option to say no thank you to more than $1 million. We have to solve a problem and say, okay, we're gonna have this money. How do we use it for good? How do we use it? How do we invest it in solutions that are data-driven and that are going to give us positive results? So that's that on the opioid payment. But again, very high level. I'm gonna be more comfortable going into details or making ask of staff in May once we actually understand what the budget number is going to look like, because it is my understanding that it may be lowered because of the applicants that are in the cannabis pipeline now that are trying to comply with our social equity plan. So again, thank you for the information, and we'll see what it looks like in May.
Thank you. Any final comments, and then I'll close it out. Go ahead, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mescua. My final comments, I wanted to just touch on once before I touch on the opioid settlement. I wanted to advocate and inform my colleagues that the Santa Ana Stadium is a staple here in Santa Ana. However, we do not have the proper equipment in-house in our city. We do not own equipment to be able to host a boxing match or a concert, which could generate revenue regularly for us. It is costly for us to find the materials to cover the surface. So I would like to indulge my colleagues here to fund the cover so that we can have live sporting events, live concerts, and generate revenue at the Santa Ana Stadium. I know that we have a lot of other people who I'm sure would love to use it. This would be a great generator for the city. So I would like to see us include some dialogue with our Parks and Rec Director, Hawk Scott, to see what that figure looks like and bring it back to the council, and then we can all discuss. I would also like to see funding allocated for Birch Park. Birch Park is in downtown. Many families who live in that area have felt for many years uncomfortable going to that park due to the lack of investment that we have seen. We do have a senior center which is thriving, but when it comes to children and younger families, it's not a place that has been frequented. So I would like to see a significant investment in Birch Park. I know that the city of Santa Ana owns the carousel that used to formerly be at the Yost Theater. I would love to see the carousel be brought back to Birch Park. That would be something that kids would love, and it is a staple in Santa Ana. It's legendary. There's a book about it too. Shout out to Libro Mobile. But that carousel would be historic. I also would like to support the seniors that are there. I would love to see us install, similar to Central Park, tables for chess where you can sit and two people can engage in a game of chess. That would be the only park that has that amenity. It is a park that is frequented by older people. So I talked to seniors in my district and they said, hey, we would like to play chess there. We would love to do it outdoors. So what a great start. Number two is I did have the pleasure of meeting with our Parks and Rec Director and introducing him to the Magic Inc. organization, which is in the downtown neighborhood. And they operate at the Angels Park, which is off of Flower Street. For the last 13 years, the Magic Inc. organization has hosted the Santa Ana Family Day Festival. It is a day where they provide over 15 jumpers to kids. They provide warm food, free backpacks, haircuts, and resources. This is an event that is not put on by the city. It is hosted at Angels Park. I would like to ask my colleagues that this should be an event that we fund. Angels Park is owned by Santa Ana Unified, but it is maintained by our Parks and Rec. So this would be a great event that has already been part of the thread of that community. For us to fund it just means that Santa Ana is investing in children and families. Number three is I want to see more funding in sports programming for Parks and Rec. I would like to see a diversity in sports. This is the first time I have seen adult programming, so I'd like to see more adult programming for families to be able to play kickball, softball, etc. But I would like to see some diversity in sports programming. I would like to see us expand and have more boxing centers. I would like to see us expand into wrestling. We are a community that has had many Olympians. Jesse Ruiz is an Olympian from Santa Ana Valley who represented us in the 2012 London Olympic Games. And he's a product of Santa Ana Valley. His name was Jesse Ruiz, and he was the only heavyweight wrestler representing us at the Olympics. And he was the last Olympian to represent us. So there are Olympians in our backyard who wrestled and medaled, who would love to make themselves available to help our youth. We have Gilbert Melendez, a 12-time mixed martial arts world champion who fought in the sport of MMA. And he's a product of Santa Ana High School. He went to the Bay Area for college. I would love to see some mixed martial arts programs here. Tito Ortiz is also a world championship fighter, politics aside. His roots are here in Santa Ana. So Santa Ana is a place that produces champions. We need to see more diversity in sports programming. And I also want to advocate for more arts funding. I would like to see arts funding be brought back to the council. We recently invested in the mural restoration program as well as the graffiti arts program, and there seems to be a buzz there. I would like to see that expanded into seeing more beat-making programs that include the elements of hip-hop. I know that Parks and Rec currently has a beat-making class, so perhaps expanding that into different community centers based off of the demographic. If there's a need that says, hey, we want it here at ours, bring it to the council. I'm sure the community would love to see that. And the last thing I'm touching on is the opioid crisis. Each of us here are equally concerned about what is happening in our backyard. And there are people who are losing their life, and we need to have an evidence-based strategy with how we roll out our money that we will be receiving for the opioid settlements. So I would like to state that I am supportive of an evidence-based strategy for preventing opioid overdosing. That is why I am going to support that our city purchase naloxone or similar products, having a targeted naloxone distribution. Naloxone is a non-addictive, life-saving drug that reverses the effects of an opioid overdose when it's administered in time. Targeted naloxone distribution programs can help us train, and it can equip individuals who are most likely to encounter or witness an overdose. Effective ways for us to roll out an evidence-based strategy would be for us to provide naloxone distribution in treatment centers and as well as in criminal justice settings, jails that are throughout the county. I would also like to see that in organizations that are providing reentry services like Project Kinship, Underground Grit, Mutual Ground. I also am supportive of treatment for pregnant and postpartum women. I see that that is included here. I am also supportive of the warm handoff and recovery programs. Those are programs that help with reentry. Organizations like Neutral Ground and Project Kinship are in our backyard, and they do
Councilman
great work.
Hernandez, are you almost done?
Yes, Mayor Mescua. Thank you. This is an important and
I know,
passionate
we're just gonna
subject.
be,
to-
we're
I
gonna have
understand.
lots of conversations.
I understand, but this is a subject that I have to treat with the attention it deserves. I hope that you guys bear with me here. I also want to support the treatment for those incarcerated. We are a community that is impacted by recidivism. It is one of the leading contributions to homelessness in Orange County. So we need to have treatment for those who are formerly incarcerated or justice impacted. And then lastly, prevention programs. And that concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quickly, 2 seconds, because then I'm done. I'm gonna
Significantly
speak.
less than my predecessor.
Speak.
I just actually want to echo his support for improvements to the Santa Ana Stadium. I think that by doing that, that would actually help us generate revenue. By adding more seats on the north side of the stadium, we could host more CIF championship games. I think it just opens up the possibilities for that venue. We're surprisingly a large venue, but we're just outside that range to where we could be even more attractive on a regional level. So I'd like to see a little bit of investment in there. And Mayor Mesquith, that is it.
Great,
I have a
thank you.
question.
This is, I'm sorry? Ay, hombre.
One question.
Okay.
So, thank you.
And
Thank
then
you.
that's it.
I appreciate it's just a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Was the survey given out in Spanish and Vietnamese?
You took my thunder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let her ask
Go
it.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Can you email me the links to those? Thank you.
All right. So similar to what Councilman Vasquez says, I don't want just the link. I actually want to see the data that you received. I'm sure most of my colleagues up here would also like to see it. It says you had 796 responses. So if you can put that in an email, I'd love to see that, please. So I'm going to be kind of brief because I know we're going to have lots of budget meetings, and this is my first time, and it's a little different at the school district when you're dealing with $1 billion budget compared to our budget, right? And so, but there are some things here that I'm very concerned about. I'm very glad that Mayor Pro Tem Lopez brought up the updated 10-year outlook, because we do have to keep that in mind as we're asking for all these things and all these events and parks, and we do need things, and I represent the entire city. I don't just represent an area, but we do need to be very mindful of that, and so I'm hoping that my colleagues up here will be very mindful of the 10-year outlook, because today it looks great. 2 years from now, it may not. 5 years from now, it may not. And some of you, city manager, you've been doing this quite some time. And Catherine, I don't know how long, but probably quite, it kind of goes up and all of a sudden it dips hard. And then we're sitting up here having a special meeting talking about how are we going to deal with these financial issues. And I've had to do that at the school district, whether it was layoffs or other things. It's not a comfortable feeling. So I do like the input from the public, more gang prevention programs, expansion of PAL. As you know, I'm full support of that. So regarding the after-school programs and the educational programs for the youth, I just really want to quickly say, please work with Santa Ana Unified and Garden Grove Unified School District. I don't know the budget of Garden Grove Unified, but we should not be on the hook to have after-school programs that the school district already has. They have Engaged 360, and they've expanded it, and so they can afford it, and therefore we should be asking them to expand their after-school programs so that we can use our funds for other areas like fixing our streets and potholes and whatnot. I think that's really important. And I'm also going to be looking at requesting additional police officers for our city, since we do need, I think the last count was 33 of them, but not just for the 33 positions, but increasing the incentive that we're offering, because other cities, as we've talked about, are offering anywhere from $75,000 to $20,000 to housing options. Some are offering, apartments for them to stay in, so they don't have to drive home all the way to Victorville. When they're working here in Santa Ana, they can sleep for a little bit, and it's safe to drive after you've been off shift for a little while. So there's a way to get creative and think out of the box. And so I know City Manager sent an email about a plan on how we can recruit more officers and how we can increase our incentive for that, because we can't compete with people who are offering, $50,000, $60,000 to come work for them. We can't compete with that. I also think it's very important that we hire additional code enforcement officers, because they're small and mighty, and they do a lot. And, they kind of just stay in the background and really don't make a lot of noise, but they're very important to our city. I know I used them a lot when I was working. We'd go into a house and we needed them, and they would come rolling out, 2 or 3 of them, sometimes more. And then we have the issues now where they're working with the county, because I don't think it's our responsibility to address the food vendors. We assist the county. That's key here. We assist the county with the taco pop-ups or whatever other food vendor the county's dealing with. And that's costing our city overtime. And I haven't even asked, I'm sure there's a lot of overtime. And so, not that they don't want to work, but it's just that we don't want to overwork them so much where they burn out. And so I think it's very important to look at code enforcement as well as additional police officers. I'm very supportive of gang prevention programs. I think that's very important. There were some things that were mentioned up here, and I'm not going to go through my whole list because I know we're going to have multiple meetings. But City Manager, I also want to look at the expansion of the Discovery Cube. That is something that I think is very important. It's a wonderful place in our city, and there's some properties around that maybe we can look at to expand the Discovery Cube. May cost a little bit of money, but I'm sure you can get creative and figure out how to do that, hopefully. Crossing guards. They cost us about $6 million for the very few that we have. And again, I would say please go. I reached out, as we had talked about, to the superintendent and the board president. I never got a response back. And so the city pays $6 million for a handful of crossing guards. I mean, how many do we have? Does anybody know the exact number?
54, but I should note that there are continuing requests that come in.
Correct.
That requires supplemental budgets for public work as different principals from schools request.
Right. And so we're paying for all of them, and they're not paying for any of them. And again, their budget is over $1 billion. And when I was leaving the board, they were receiving federal funding for mental health issues and for security. So I'm sure they received an additional couple million, if not more than that, for mental health services and security of the schools. So there's no reason why city manager, you can't have, hopefully, you can have a conversation with them to say that you got to help or we're going to bill you. And I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but the $6 million that we're paying for their schools, our schools, they can at least pay half, I would hope. Be good neighbors and pay half. And so that is something I'm going to be asking for. Also, there are some areas in our city where I would like us to look at investing in cameras where they're doing the racing, because we only have one of those really large cameras, and thank you, Nabil, for placing on Memory Lane and Flower. I don't know what it's called. It's that really large camera that was on, it's now on Memory Lane and Flower. We only have one. But I would hopefully we can get smaller cameras. What is it called? Okay. It's the PD. Okay. So if the PD can purchase, so maybe we put cameras on the signs there on the streets where they are racing, because they're so close to the homes. If you drive around certain areas of our city, I mean, it looks awful and it's dangerous, and the homeowners are very frightened about that. So we need to hopefully look at that. And then, the opiate issue, I'm all supportive of helping people. I believe in restorative work. I believe people will change if they want to change. So when we talk about providing programs within the jails, people that are incarcerated, the sheriff's does a great job. They have millions and millions and millions of dollars for programs in the jails. And I believe and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I think Santa Ana PD is way in the back. But I think what I call the farm in Irvine, I think it's John Music, they have a mental health program there. They have drug programs inside the jails. So if we have money and I know Councilman Penalosa had talked about this when we discussed it, if there's an option to use it for our homeless families, that's where I would be looking at, because we have a need for to address our homeless issues and address the drug use issues. We can't force people to go into shelters. We're not going to be able to force them to go into a drug program. Let's be realistic. So I do have a long list. This is my first time doing the budget. There are lots of things I want to do too, but I'm very mindful of the budget and the amounts. And so we could wish upon a star and want to have, beauty contests and race car shows and do all kinds of wonderful things in the city, but we don't have the funding, and we're not going to always have it. So where we are today is a great place, but we also have to be prepared for when we're not in a great place. So there are a few things that I really am looking at, and as I shared with you, Spanish City Manager expansion of the Discovery Cube, code enforcement, police officers, incentives for them, and looking at hiring non-sworn staff working with PD that can respond to calls that sworn staff do not need to. And I'm not going to give them a name like social workers, or I'm sure we can figure it out, whether they're intervention worker, I don't know, we'll think of some sexy name, I'm sure. But that's where I'm going with the budget. This is my first time doing this, so I find it very interesting that we have these long discussions up here publicly. I mean, I got a book before with lots of money and be able to look through it and, ask the questions then. So I'll get that book too. Oh, good, because I love to look at that book. So I'll leave you with that. And, I know that helping people is something that I think we all want to do up here, and we all believe in it. And I'm all about after-school programs, but I will remind you again that Engage 360 at Santa Ana Unified is at every school site. Every single school site has Engage 360. And they expanded it 2 years ago so that all students can participate that want to participate. So maybe we look at partnering with them, I don't know, but that doesn't cost us a dime because they have the budget that we do not have. And again, I want to work with them, I want to have a partnership with them, but at the same time, If they're not coming to the table, then that's a different conversation, because I know they want to use our parks and our schools and our parking lots, and they use Eddie Westfield for football, and they do a lot of things, and we do a lot of things with them. So I want to be a good neighbor, but I also don't want to feel like we're being used and we're giving and they're just taking. So I'll leave you with that. And I'm sure we'll have many other conversations about the budget. So no other comments? City Manager, we're good?
I certainly just wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem and council members for all the input. If you certainly think of something else, you feel free to reach out to Kat or myself. The one question about having a special meeting, a separate standalone workshop
Yes.
on May 11th, do you want to try to make a decision on that now, or do you want
Yes,
to
I
wait
think
till
that's
the...
yes, we're a thumbs up.
Okay,
You got 4, special meeting, 5.
perfect, thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I'm glad it's already on the calendar, and it starts at 4 p.m. It's on my calendar for 4 p.m. So whatever, I don't know if it's not, but I just want to make
We
sure.
just put a hold, we put a
Okay.
hold.
Perfect. All right, anything else? Okay, let's go to item 23. It's a resolution to terminate the local emergency. Madam City Manager, do you have any comments on that?
We have a presentation, but I'm not sure it's necessary. This is just, we issued our local emergency on March 17th, 2020. We've now, all the executive orders have long expired. The governor did in the state's state of emergency on February 28th, 2023, and the federal public health emergency is set to expire on May 11th, 2023. So this is just letting ours also expire.
Right, do you need a vote on that?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. It's long overdue.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Mayor Amescua, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve a resolution declaring the termination of the proclamation of a local emergency regarding the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 ayes, 2 absences by Councilmembers Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Great, thank you. Item number 24 is a resolution to oppose Assembly Bill 742. Madam City Manager, do you have a brief staff report on that?
We do have a brief presentation for this item, and I'll turn it over to Daniel Soto of the City Manager's Office.
The word is brief.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. In tonight's agenda packet, we have a resolution declaring the city's opposition to Assembly Bill 742. This resolution was added to the agenda at the request of Mayor Amescua. Quick summary, AB 742, as drafted, would prohibit the use of unleashed police canines to apprehend a person, would prohibit any use of police canines for crowd control, and would prohibit law enforcement agencies from authorizing use or training of police canines that is inconsistent with the bill. Existing law authorizes a peace officer to use reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance of an individual. Law enforcement agencies must maintain a policy for the use of force and prohibits the use of kinetic energy, projectiles, or chemical agents to disperse any assembly, protest, or demonstration. The current status of the bill, AB 742 was passed in the Assembly Public Safety Committee on March 21st and is currently being referred to the Assembly Appropriations Committee for consideration and has not yet been scheduled. The city's legislative priorities don't specifically address this policy matter. Therefore, the City Council may consider this item and consider taking a position, and that is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Councilman Vasquez.
I won't support this because they're still allowing for canines to be used for rescue, for explosive detection, and for narcotic detection. I'm in total agreement that we should not use canines for crowd control and on people. That just seems so very 1960s and beyond, the use of dogs as weaponizing them. I also don't believe we should use canines for the use of arrests, as they account for 12% of incidents resulting in severe injury with police, so sometimes death. So that it's not a lethal method is wrong. It's been done before. So I'm gonna vote against it because the use of canines when they bite result in hospital visits for 67% of the time. Other use of force includes batons and tasers, resulting in hospitalization of 22%. So I'm gonna vote no on this. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from any of the, Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I too am going to oppose what is being proposed to us today, and I am going to start my public comment by reading the bill summary. AB 742 will prohibit the use of police canines for arrest, apprehension, or any form of crowd control. The background is what is most impactful about this bill. This bill is not about removing tools from police. It is about removing tools that are no longer effective. When we look at the background of this bill, it gives you a deep dive as to what the issue truly is and as to why this bill has been effective and successful in moving on the floor. The use of police canines has been a mainstay in this country's dehumanizing, cruel, and violent abuse of African Americans and people of color for centuries. What I'm reading is the background of this bill. As noted by the University of Michigan Law Journal, whether extreme and violent or subtle and pervasive, the use of dogs in oppressive acts is a critical layer of racial bias in the United States and has consistently built injustices that impede social and legal process. It's important that we remember the history as to where this practice began. This was a practice that was actually first used by slave catchers. Police canines have evolved into a violent and dark past for America. They have been used in some of the most brutal examples in America's history. They have been utilized to quell the civil rights movement, the LA race riots, and in response to the BLM movement when Brother George Floyd was murdered. So furthermore, policing experts and civil rights scholars know that there are other more effective uses of de-escalation. And this problem is backed by data that of these cases, nearly 2/3 of people seriously injured or killed by police canines were Black or Latino. Additionally, Black people were 2.6 more likely to be seriously injured by police canines than their counterparts. I also want to provide context. We have had instances in the past where we've had canines at our disposal, several of them, and we have had instances where we haven't used them. And I just don't understand why we have so many resources that were not utilized in, very public cases where we didn't have a canine used, when we probably, there was grounds to use it, and they're not being used. And so when I look at the experiences that I have seen firsthand, the incident of September 28th, that was a fatal incident, a tragic incident that should have utilized more de-escalation, and they didn't. So my concern is that we have assembly members that have a bill on the floor that is urging us to work with the community on police reform, and we're working against it in light of all of these compounding police issues, of the BOLO, of these articles that are coming out, the vote of no confidence against our chief of police, the officers that are blowing the whistles on each other. This is the opposite of the conversations that we're supposed to be having here today, which is why I'm not supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Anybody else? Councilman Palamosa.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. And first of all, I just want to thank you for working with me in agendizing this resolution opposing this ill-informed bill. I want to support it because, contrary to reference to history when police canines might have been used as slave catchers or during the civil rights movement in the 1960s, modern police service dogs are highly trained and disciplined assets. In particular, California law enforcement has led the nation by establishing comprehensive and strict post guidelines for the training of all police service dogs. In addition to annual certification, all PSD teams must minimally complete no less than 16 hours of monthly training. Also, just as early as February of 2018, the entire city of Santa Ana and the state and the country proudly watched on ABC 7 News as our own police canine here, Puskas, who, may he rest in peace, apprehended a subject that had been chased for multiple hours throughout the city and ended up in the city of Irvine. The subject that was being chased by police, evading capture, was running towards an office building during business hours. Who knows? At the time, there was no inclination whether the subject was armed or how dangerous he can be, but he was running towards the interior of this office building with innocent civilians going about the day inside of this office. Puskas was deployed by officers, and he successfully apprehended the subject that could have posed a very violent threat to the people inside this building. So, to see that as a tool that our police department could use to de-escalate a situation, I am happy to stand in support of that and know that if that officer did not have Puskas as a tool to be able to deploy and apprehend this violent criminal, what other options would he have had? Allow this man to run into this building filled with people, or use other forms of tools that he has, as a taser, possibly a gun, could lead to a more lethal outcome. So I'm very happy and confident in the robust canine department that we have within our police department and the training that they go through. And so I'm very supportive of this bill, or not of the bill, but of the opposition to this bill that is trying to prohibit the use of canine dogs by law enforcement agencies, Mayor Amezcua. So with that, those are my comments. I would happily make a motion to approve the resolution.
I will second your motion. I have a comment. Anybody else have any comments before I close it out? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for providing me with the data. I think I sent you several emails late at night asking for data on this, because I read the bill. It's very short. It's about 2 paragraphs long. And I also read policy number 309. That is our canine policy in this city. And because I was very concerned, there's a great Vice video. I had heard about these issues before this was agendized. And I think these are very legitimate concerns. I think we can't ignore the past and how these originally started. But I also had to look at what are we doing now and what does this mean for our city. And I do want to say that our policy is quite clear, that we don't use canines merely for crowd control or anything like that. And it does state, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that absent a reasonable belief that a suspect has committed, is committing, or is threatening to commit a serious offense, mere flight from a pursuing officer without any of the above conditions shall not serve as the basis of the use of a canine to apprehend a suspect. So I believe by default that the use of a canine in any situation has to have some reasonable belief that there is something serious, a serious crime that is happening or may be happening. My concern is that when looking at the data that was provided to me, I think to the entire council, that our number of canine apprehensions is quite low. I think we had 2 so far this year out of 175 canine deployments. And I guess the way I
I
see it.
apologize, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, I said we had 2 canine deployments so far, 2 canine apprehensions so far this year with 175 canine deployments. And so to me, what I'm seeing is that there is judicious use of these canines to apprehend a suspect because our policy specifically requires that an officer has a reasonable belief of criminal offense or serious criminal offense, not just any criminal offense. I feel like this bill is so broad in scope that, it's referencing 12%, it's referencing a lot of data and statistics, but it's also referencing data and statistics for the entire country. We are not the city of Memphis. We are not Minneapolis. We are not any of these other cities, and we're not perfect. But I believe that this bill is painting our department with a broad brush and preventing us from, I think, using a tool in our toolbox in a way that would be a safer option and an option that I believe should be available. And as we go and look at this and the data that we have, if it becomes a problem, I believe our future Police Oversight Commission, it's their duty to look at these policies and decide whether the city of Santa Ana should remove the use of canines for apprehensions. So with that, I will support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Okay, let me close out here. So, thank you for the support, Councilmember Fan. I also support this, and I worked with Councilman Penalosa, and thank you to the staff. And, I always say, officers have families to go home to, just like we all do, whether they're, on patrol or gang unit or whatever they're doing. And when they get a call, and if they have a canine with them, they can send the dog in, and that means they don't have to use force. And sometimes, most of the time, and I won't read the research here in the letter, but thank you, Chief Valentino, for the information. I think you're here. I know, oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. They're often, they're taken to the hospital, they're checked on, but they're not injured to the point of death. And, I agree with Councilmember Fan. We're not another state. We are not Memphis. We're not Georgia. We're not all these other. We're Santa Ana. And if what she just said, we've had 2 canine apprehensions and 175 deployments. I mean, that is great. I would rather send a dog in to secure an area than 5 police officers. I'd rather send a dog in to apprehend somebody than an officer having to pull out his firearm, because then now the question becomes, then some people start saying, well, you pulled your firearm out. Okay, well, you've taken all my tools away. You've left me with a taser and maybe my asp, I didn't say that word, I said my stick, whatever word, and a gun, but you took my dog away. So, I'm very supportive of this. I think the canines do a wonderful job. I actually wish we had a couple more because it will save not only lives of victims, and I think Councilman Penalosa gave a great example, but it also saves the lives of the men and women who are out there serving our community. And so I am very supportive of this, and whatever I can do and to help to make sure that we keep our canines, and that's what I would do as mayor of this city. And so I'm in full support of this. So let's take a vote and move on.
A motion by Councilmember Penalosa, seconded by Mayor Amescua, to approve a resolution opposing California Assembly Bill 742. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yeah.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
The vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Councilmember Hernandez and Vasquez. Motion carries.
Okay, next item is item 25, the work study session. Item number 25 is a work study session regarding the Sunshine Ordinance. Madam City Manager, do we have a report?
We have a staff presentation for you, and it is not very long. So our Director of Planning, Min Tai, will be doing the Sunshine Ordinance, and it stems from a request that was made, I believe, in March, and these are the ideas to try to address that request, and we just want to get any feedback you may have or thumbs up if you think we're on the right track.
Just to supplement the city's manager report, I did and was able to send out a summary of the proposed changes to the council. So if you would like, you can give me some directions, or I can also do the presentation.
I don't have any questions. Does anybody have questions?
I read your study, sir. I don't have any questions.
And we appreciate the work. Thank you so very much. Any questions? No questions.
We have our directions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, no direction, do it. Go
Yes,
forward.
please do it.
We're
Yeah,
supporting,
direction,
sir.
Don't do nothing, go forward, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, correct.
Go forward, yes. I think we've got votes for that, but we don't have any questions.
Thank you.
So thank you for all your work, and thank you to all the staff. Do we need a motion for that, Madam
No.
Secretary? Okay, we're good. All righty then. Okay. Any comments or announcements from the Deputy City Manager?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. This Friday and Saturday, our Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Agency is having its annual 5 and 10K Fun Run event. As of today, there are 193 kids signed up for Friday night, 1,600 runners for the 5K, and 778 runners for the 10K, and I think this is changing by the hour. On Friday, April 25th, the Kids Dash will begin at 5 p.m. at Santa Ana Stadium West parking lot. On Saturday, April 22nd, the event begins at 8 a.m. at the Santa Ana Stadium East parking lot, but check-in for participants begins at 6 a.m. A Fit Fest will run from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Flower Street, and folks can visit the Health Resource Fair and participate in workout demonstrations, enjoy food, and more. It's not just a race this year. A beer garden will be featured for post-race on Saturday, and will be, a beer garden. I'll see you there. Will be hosted by Cerveza Cito and United Across Borders, and all events are free due to the generous donation made by our partner, Northgate Market. For more information, visit the city's website and click on City Events. Thanks, Christine. Dia Los Niños event over at the Santa Ana Library. They will be hosting their 15th anniversary events for Children's Day and Book Day on Saturday, April 29th from 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the main library. It's a family-friendly event that celebrates the importance of children, literacy, and families, and the free festivities will include a book giveaway for children, celebration of National Arbor Day, train rides and inflatable maze, science fun stations, and Pete the Cat and Elephant and Piggy meet and greet. So we're excited about that as well. And families will enjoy a variety of performance demonstrations, starting with a variety show by magician Artie Loon and ending with Polynesian performers by Topua Productions. How would I do there? Okay. A group made of local children for the community. Included as part of the festivities will be 3 food trucks. Free food items or snacks will also be distributed to those in attendance while supplies last. There will also be a resource fair at that event. And the event is free for everyone to attend. Come enjoy a full day full of fun, activities, and much more. And for more information, visit the library's webpage.
Well, she left you a whole bunch, sir.
She did.
All right, we're going to convene back into closed session. So any closing comments from council members? Councilman Vasquez, please.
Yeah, just again, I'd like to reiterate that we're looking forward to Fiestas Patrias. It goes back to the 1920s in Santa Ana, where we used to hold it at Yorba Ranch. But then when the 30s came around, the Great Depression, Mexican families came into 4th Street, taking up businesses, and the presence of Mexican families on La Cuatro, we were able to have Fiestas Patrias now at Birch Park, which is the beginning of our current Fiestas Patrias. I really want to support that we have a parade. I think we're in need of that parade. It's part of the community. The community is very involved. All the groups, the grupos of Mexico, the 32 states, want a parade, and that's what they always look forward to. I just mentioned that my students did a book drive for many libraries for the lack of libraries in Santa Ana. They did collect 2,000 books in community service project that they were doing for a competition. So my students went and competed in the area. They took first place in the area. We went to California for state, and they got the bronze at state for having 2,000 books, supporting local libraries, and talking about the need for libraries. Besides the three, Joliet, Marlisette, and Sophia winning the bronze, we had a young lady win state. Jasmine took first place in a speech competition. Taking the state, she will now move on to compete in Atlanta and represent Valley High School Santa Ana in Atlanta this summer. So congratulations to the young ladies and their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, just wanted to thank our residents and all of our dedicated neighbors who participated in today's meeting. Thank you for your input, and we hope you have a great night.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank our neighbor to the north, not Canada, but the city of Orange. In particular, Councilman John Demetriou. So for OCTA, we have a couple of representatives on the board at OCTA, and back in February 12th of this year, the southern part of OCTA Route 553, which is a limited stop express bus that goes up and down Main Street, was extended over westbound towards South Coast Plaza. And the way it went, it had no other stops on the south side except for at South Coast Plaza. So I spoke with our Director of Public Works, Nabil Saba, and then later Councilman Demetriou over in Orange, and that request to have another stop added was fulfilled. So I actually went by it with Stanley Pup this morning, and it is signed and everything, although it does look like a temporary sign, but it does alert patrons that they can use that stop to access the 553, which is important, especially for Ward 4 residents that utilize transit, and it's a great access, quick and easy to downtown and beyond. So just wanted to give a shout out and thank you to our neighbor to the north, Mr. John Demetriou. And with that, good night. I guess after that, we're going back into sessions.
Yes, Councilman Tan? Councilmember Fountain, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I want to congratulate and welcome Estiva Health. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez and I had the opportunity to join their grand opening right here in Santa Ana. They are a comprehensive HMO for Medicare patients, and it was just really wonderful to see a new program, new business come in that will provide services to our community. I also want to give a huge shout out to the Los Amigos High School English and Civics Department. I was able to participate in their first ever youth town hall. As a Lobo myself, it was really wonderful to have time to speak to these incredible young scholars who were asking just really pointed, wonderful questions. And it was sad, though, that many of the issues that they were concerned about included school threats, school shootings, and worried about how they will get to school in light of our homelessness issues. And I look forward to working with Garden Grove Unified School District and our representatives there to address these concerns. I also want to say that we held our first ever, as far as I know, at least in Ward 1, a drop-in free legal clinic at New Hope Library. Thank you to the staff at New Hope Library, as well as our partners, the Vietnamese American Bar Association of Southern California, Viet Rise, Community Legal Aid, Public Law Center, and Asian Americans Advancing Justice SoCal for working with us to bring free legal services relating to housing, family law, and immigration to our residents. That one was in Vietnamese and English. And we will be having another free drop-in legal clinic at New Hope Library this Saturday, April 22nd, from 1 to 5 p.m. For those who speak Spanish or English, we will have translators and interpreters. So drop on by if you have any questions on those 3 particular topics. I also wanted to bring up and I guess raise awareness for an important issue this month. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and it's something that affects so many members of our community. The statistic is that 1 in 3 women will be assaulted in their life. And it's something that we don't talk about enough. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to my dear friend, Garden Grove Councilmember Kim Bernice-Nguyen, for being the one who actually educated me on this issue and being the champion on this issue in Orange County and to bring awareness to this. We have our Family Resource Center and working on that, but we get notifications every day about responses, PD responses to issues relating to sexual assault. And I think it's really important that we work with all of our partners to bring awareness to this issue, to educate our residents, and to make sure that they have a place to go to if they need someone to talk to. Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to just quickly touch on what Councilmember Fan just said. She is correct. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and April 27th is Denim Day, which is, for those listening, just Google search SAAM Denim Day to know why Denim Day is acknowledged. So, Madam City Manager, I hope that we could send out a memo like we've done in years past, encouraging our staff to wear denim on that day. I'd appreciate it. And if we could also, I know we're more than halfway through the month of April, but if we could find a couple days to light up the water tower in teal, as in that is the color that's Sexual Assault Awareness Month Day of Action is the color teal. So I would appreciate if that could be done. With that said, yes, and a special shout out to my plus one, Councilmember Kim Bernice-Nguyen from Garden Grove, for also educating myself on the importance of acknowledging Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I want to take the second to congratulate Ms. Norma Orozco for being promoted to Senior Deputy City Clerk. So if you guys see her out there, please congratulate her and shout her out. And also want to thank Public Works and Parks and Rec for hosting the dog park naming community meeting this past Saturday. I know one of the callers mentioned community meetings, but we've had plenty over the last couple of years, and they're invited to every one of them, and we will have a couple more. So please come out if you have concerns to the dog park neighborhood park meetings, which have actually been the most attended out of all the park meetings that I've had. Something about dogs, right? Everybody loves dogs, so thank you for that. And just a public shout out to Public Works. On the northeast side of St. Andrew and Main, there was a pothole in the brand new concrete that was just put in as part of the main revitalization, and it was filled with asphalt. So now there's an asphalt patch on the brand new concrete that was just put in. Just wanted to throw that out there. If you drive by that intersection, you'll see it. With that said, I hope it's temporary. That is it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. So the Orange County Transportation Authority, also known as OCTA, is looking for teenagers. So if you're a Santa Ana teen, please consider joining their teen council. It provides really good insight into public transportation here in the county of Orange, and it helps gain professional skills. And on the 22nd, OCTAs also, they have this initiative to honor Earth Day. So you can ride the bus for free. And I believe Metrolink is also doing something similar. So please tell your friends, go to LA County, go to San Diego County, go somewhere. and take the bus, take the public transportation system that we have in place, because if you don't use it, like many other things, you can lose it. So please support our public transportation system. Thank you.
Okay, mine, Saturday, April 29th, from 7 a.m. to noon at Centennial Regional Park. Republic Services having a free compost giveaway and free on-site paper shredding. So if you need those services, please go to Centennial Regional Park on April 29th from 7 a.m. to noon. Also, I just returned back from the League of California City Leaders Summit in Sacramento. I was one of the 4 mayors selected to do a press release regarding our city. They were very pleased with the work that we do. It was broadcasted all over TV. It was great to work with them and be up there with electeds and talk about Santa Ana. Denim Day is on 4/26, not 4/27. I was given a correction. So that's okay. So League of California Cities went great. So thank you for sending me up there. I appreciate that. I had my first coffee with the mayor on Saturday at El Salvador Park. Thank you to all the staff that helped. Thank you to the staff that were present. I think there was about 80 people we counted. It was a full house. They put out 10 chairs and we kind of laughed and said, you're gonna need a little bit more than that. I don't think people believed us, but it ended up being a full house. And so it was great. And so we're looking forward to the next one. So thank you to all the staff that were present and answered the questions. And everybody was super friendly and we fed them. So that's probably what made them happy. And so, you know, you guys all helped out and did a great job. Kudos to Daniel. You know, Daniel's always, I turn around and there's Daniel. So thank you, Daniel, for everything that you do. I really appreciate it. OCTA, thank you, Councilman Becerra, for bringing that up regarding the stop. I know it's very important to our residents that we have enough stops in our city. And then I had dinner with my commissioners on April 11th. It was the first time we all had dinner together. And just to hear from them and talk about, you know, goals and how they're doing as new commissioners. It was really nice to have a dinner with them and to hear about all the different commissions that they sit on. And of course, they didn't share anything they weren't supposed to, but they just talked about how and what it's like to be commissioners. Danny Vega is my police oversight. Of course, he has not had a meeting yet. We have not had one yet. I'm looking forward to when that will start. So, but it was very nice to have dinner with them and just say thank you, because you're right, Councilman Penalosa, they get paid, you know, $50 a meeting, and they spend a lot of time really volunteering. So it was nice to spend time with them. And I'll end with this, as we're going to go back into closed session, is we had the egg hunt. I think it was called Excellent. I know Mr. Mendoza was with me and a couple other people, Rudy and some others, and Hawk, and it was actually really funny. You know, Hawk gave me the microphone because, you know, he's not from Santa Ana. He gave me the microphone and said, okay, Madam Mayor, you say, be respectful, no pushing, and Councilman Vasquez was with me, no pushing and no shoving. Everybody be really courteous and respectful of one another. And I think I said, are you ready? And then the kids went, boom, they were gone. And it was super, super funny. And it was beautiful to see. So next year for Santa Ana's Excellent, if I'm there, I'm just going to say, go. There's no be respectful or countdown. But I did do the countdown for you, Hawk, even though nobody was paying attention. I did do it. So thank you, guys. We're going to go back into closed session. We appreciate all of you. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned, and the next one is on May 2nd.